Hello. Welcome back, everyone. How's it going? How's it going? Hope you're all keeping well. How is my audio looking? I'm a bit lower than I thought I was. But yeah, hopefully it'll be okay. I've been tinkering with my settings again. Am I a bit too quiet? Oh, very low. Hold on a second. I mean, I'm low in relation to the track that just played. If you turn up your volume as high as it can go, am I still really low? Or am I just low because your volume is down to like 50%? What if you turn your volume off? Am I still really low? Because I shouldn't be that low based off what I'm seeing on OBS right now. I'm still really low. Oh god. Okay, well get ready for my mic to start peaking and yeah, hold on a second. Okay, let's see. How am I now? Am I better? It still seems to be pretty low. It still looks to be pretty low. Better, but still low. Yeah, that doesn't really seem to be much better. Hold on a second. Okay, how about now? Now that should be a good bit better, but I bet now I'm peaking. I boosted the gain up a bit there. Although it still seems to be low. It still seems to be fairly low. Jesus Christ, man. Oh god, yeah, now it's just gonna start clipping again. Right. When I tested it before the stream, I swear it wasn't that fucking low. Good there? I didn't change anything there. I didn't change anything at all there. Weird. When I open up this menu on the Go XLR, I think it must automatically change something. Okay, hold on a second. I think I know how I can adjust this even more. Hold on. Okay, I'm just testing this again. There we go. Okay, now I think that should reduce. I think the clipping should be significantly reduced, but the volume should still be around the same. Hold on. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, that should be good. How are we now? Are we good? Weird. That's really weird. Okay, I think we're actually ready to play the game now. Sorry about all the technical difficulties. It's just this new PC and audio settings can be a serious pain in the ass. You have to really finely tune it. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, it's quiet again. It really shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be that quiet. I'm looking at the levels on OBS now. It's going like it's almost going into the red when I talk. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not just watching with like really terrible laptop speakers? It's not bad. I feel like this is the volume that I always used to stream at. You know, it should be this really should be okay now. I think. Um, Let me see. Martian, thank you for the raid, man. George, thank you for the 9 months. Rico, thank you for the 21. 308 Caliber, thank you for the 27. Lowlife, thank you for the 61. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for being here. Um, Give me a second, and we'll get this show up and running. Hold on a second. Yeah, like I think I always thought my volume used to be too loud. Like that I could probably do with like lowering the general levels. Like whenever I look back at my stream on my laptop, I always have to turn down the volume to like 50% because it's so fucking loud. But yeah, anyway, hopefully it's okay. Okay, now let's just see how this is balanced with the game. I might need to just we might need to alter the game volume a bit, just depending on how loud it is, because I have no idea how loud it's gonna be. Hold on. No credit TV with the 10 pack. Thank you very much, man. Cheers. Enjoy. Whoever got a free sub. Undercover Snatcher. Omega Taco. Infernal Void. Anna. All the people. Cheers, man. Enjoy your free subs. Uh. Uh. Strange. I'm getting no reaction from the game now. Okay, we're having all the technical difficulties. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna set my controls again. Okay, when I'm configuring my controls in the options, everything is getting picked up. A, B, C, D. Okay, right. Hold on a second, guys. All right, let's just reset the emulator and see if that fixes it. Okay. It seems like the audio might be okay. Maybe I'll need to reduce the game volume just a little bit. Oh no, man, this is terrible. The emulator is picking up my controller, but then is just refusing to do anything. But it's still refusing to respond. Huh, I don't understand why. I tested the exact same thing yesterday and it worked just fine. So frustrating, man. Give me a second here. See if I can. I don't really know what I can do. The emulator is registering the controller, but then the game isn't. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna set it to port 1 this time. That was probably the issue, that I had it set to port 2, even though I think it was port 2 that I was using yesterday. Okay. Let's try this again. Nice, nice. Okay, we're good. Let's do it. Thank God. Christmas is saved.
June 6th, 1996. A mysterious explosion destroys the Chernobyl research facility near Moscow. Lucifer Alpha, a powerful biological weapon under secret development there, is released into the atmosphere, creating a deadly biohazard. Carried by the trade winds, Lucifer Alpha spreads throughout Eastern Europe and Eurasia, destroying 80% of the populace. Half of the world's people die. The greatest biohazard in history later becomes known simply as the catastrophe. But at this time, who could have possibly imagined that the ultimate biohazard wouldn't occur for another half-century? 50 years later, mankind faces its greatest crisis, the appearance of a mysterious android life form. Its purpose and origin are unknown. Is it a new form of weapon? Or perhaps an invasion from some other world? They appear during winter, killing humans and infiltrating society by taking the place of their victims. Employing an artificial skin, they can sweat and even bleed. Part organic, part machine, they're almost impossible to distinguish from those they kill.
This track. Love the soundtrack.
As they steal their victims' bodies in order to take their place, these mysterious invaders become known as Snatchers.
Sweet. X minus with the 62 months. Cheers. Jamie, I've become a junker. Oh! Oh!
How's work? Everything okay?
Gillian, what is it? What's wrong?
Jamie, I've become a junker.
A junker? Gillian, but why?
Jamie, you know why. It's the only way we can regain our lost memories.
Oh yeah, there is some
Snatcher
desync.
is the only word that keeps coming back every time we try to remember our pasts. I have to face them to find out why.
Yes, but I can sense that there is something terrible hidden in our past. And if we remember it, it will destroy us.
Jamie!
That's weird. I don't know what that is. That's on the emulator itself.
I'm going now.
What? I can't hear you!
What?
Gillian Seed, estimated age 31. 3 years ago, he and his wife Jamie Seed are taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. Both Gillian and Jamie suffer from severe amnesia. Their memories of events prior to being picked up in Siberia lost in a mysterious mental fog. 2 years ago, after a vain attempt to rebuild their marriage, Jamie and Gillian separate. Following extensive special military training, Gillian is ordered to report to Neo-Kobe City as a junker, effective today.
Sweet. Okay, let's see if we let's see if we get more audio issues like that. I've never had that issue with the game before. Okay, that seems synced up properly. Snatch. All right. Chat, should I turn down the game volume a bit, or is it okay? Is it balanced okay? Audio levels are good, like a slight bit, just a tad. Okay, I'll reduce it by a little bit. Okay, we'll see how that is, and just let me know. Okay. So here we are. Welcome to Junker Headquarters. May I help you? Let's take a look around. And yeah, so if you haven't seen this game before, it's an old school detective adventure game. Where we're investigating cases and looking at stuff and investigating stuff and talking to people and interviewing people, that kind of thing. Let's take a look around. She's a beautiful Oriental woman. She sort of looks like that actress. What's her name? Let's take a look at this poster on the wall. It's just a junker recruiting ad. Not exactly in the best taste, if you ask me. Are you interested in junker operations? I'm just taking a look around first. Let's take a look at the door. It looks like it leads into the inside of the headquarters. So yeah, there are just an insane amount of interactions in every area in this game. You can like look at everything 2 or 3 times and get different bits of dialogue every time. Then you can investigate everything in the room. I won't be doing a super in-depth run, I don't think, where we try and get like every single possible interaction or anything like that. But we'll still probably take our time. Let's look at the camera. It looks like a security camera. Maybe I should try waving. Hi. It must. I must look really uptight. Maybe I'd better stop wandering around. Kadu with the 14 months. Thank you. Liquidos with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. Hexagon Sun with the 63 months. X minus as well. I'm not sure if I thanked you for your 62. Cheers, guys. I'm sorry, may I have your name, please? This looks like the only door into the headquarters. It's no use. She's protected by a shield. It's no use. What were you gonna do, Gillian? It's too bad I can't get in there. She's truly gorgeous. I'm sorry, may I have your name, please? There's nobody around but the operator. I'm afraid only Junker personnel are allowed inside headquarters. And once we try and enter, that opens up the option to talk to her, which we need to do. Oh, well, let's try talking to that young woman over here.
I'm Gillian Seed. I've been assigned to Junker headquarters effective today.
Oh, you're Mr. Seed. Please forgive me. My name is Mika Slayton. I'm the administrative assistant and operator here at Junker headquarters. Very pleased to meet you.
Bow-do-do. Okay. I guess we'll look at her first. You're really very pretty. Thank you. I'm honored to have the chance to work with someone as beautiful as you. Well, thanks. I'll take that at face value. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Az. Cheers. Somehow I feel like we've met before. I bet you use that line on all the girls, right? That's as far as we get. The chief always monitors the feed from that camera. Oh, now when we look at the camera from this screen, we get a little extra. She adds a little bit to it. Front pod. It's one of those pod-type reception units where the operator sits in a shielded capsule. I know it seems a bit much, but it's supposed to protect from Snatchers. What? Snatchers even attack up here? Yes, it's happened several times before. They're not stupid, you know. Alright, let's talk. I've been assigned to Junker operations effective today. You just told me that, Gillian. I have a pretty good memory, Mr. Seed, especially if it's concerning an attractive man like you. About Junkers, could you tell me a little bit about Junker operations? The Junkers are a special task force put together to combat the Bioroid Snatcher menace. It's overseen by government intelligence agencies. Could you give me a few more details? A Junker's principal duty is to identify Snatchers who have infiltrated society and eliminate them. Could you give me a few more details? That about covers it. If you have any other questions, would you mind asking the chief? Okay, what about Neo Kobe? This is my first time in town. Oh, you'll get used to it right away. Everybody's pretty welcome. There are many different ethnic groups and types of people here. It's Japan, but it's not Japan, if you know what I mean. From the air, it's hard to believe it's a man-made island. Well, it's pretty big. They practically filled in the whole inland sea. Tell me a bit about yourself. About me? Isn't that a bit forward, Mr. Seed? Let me tell you about myself first, then maybe you'll tell me. I can tell you're very smooth with the ladies. Ask about the Junkers. That about covers it. If you have any other questions, would you mind asking the chief? Okay. I'd really like to know more. How about next time if we have the chance?
Mr. Seed?
Gillian's fine, and you can call me Gillian, Mika.
Okay, Gillian. I'll open the main door and show you around headquarters.
Alright, now we get to look around the HQ. Hey, what's up, Storm? Where shall I show you first? Let's go pay a visit to the chief first, I guess.
Chief Cunningham, Gillian Seed is here. I brought him in as you requested.
Thanks for coming, Seed. I'm Benson Cunningham, the Chief of Junker Operations.
Gillian Seed. I've been transferred here from the 17th Special Forces Division.
I've heard all about your special training in the military, Seed. I hope you'll put it to good use on your new assignment here. By the way, I understand you're suffering from amnesia. Any sign yet that your memory's coming back?
I'm afraid not. I still can't remember a thing from before the Army picked me up 3 years ago.
You're married, aren't you?
Yes, but we're separated now. She has amnesia as well, and without any memories between the two of us, I'm afraid there was very little to base a good relationship on.
I can see your point there.
Hey, what's up, Anaxa? How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Let's look at the chief first. So he's the chief of Junker Operations, eh? Just as I imagined him. Did you say something? Is there something hanging from my nose? I'm gonna keep looking at him just to see if we get anything else. What are you staring at, Seed? Why don't you calm down? Nice. Well, now I have to do it another 5 times. I think that's all we get. Let's look at the monitor. Information from all over the world is continuously pouring in. It's a nice night view of Neo Kobe. Too bad there are snatchers lurking out there somewhere. Neo Kobe at night. Great view, don't you think? A picture of a vase, eh? What a funny design. Looks like a pretty comfortable sofa. Gillian sizing up the whole room here, asserting his dominance on the chief. Seed, I'm no snatcher. Are you sure? Stop it right now, Seed. Don't you trust anybody? I'm the chief, Seed. Well, I suppose that's what being a junker is all about. Stop it right now, Seed. Being suspicious is part of this job, Seed, but I think you're carrying it a bit too far. Nice. It's a general purpose monitor using both liquid crystal display LCD and plasma display PDD technology. What about the sofa? It's an air cushion type sofa. It's the latest in robot sofas, employing chaos system technology. Alright, let's ask him some questions. Junker headquarters was set up a year ago by the police as a special task force to combat the Snatcher problem. Junker operations were officially started in August of this year. We answered directly to the government's intelligence agencies. This poster is really pretty tacky. Oh really? That's my design, by the way. Chief, your taste is right out of the Dark Ages. Do you want me to tell you again? No! I didn't mean to ask again. Yeah. Junker headquarters was set up. Yeah. About Junker authority. A Junker operates with certain rules and privileges different from regular police officers. Those are: 1. The purpose of the Junker force is to eliminate Bioroid Snatchers. 2. A Junker, even in the course of carrying out 1, must not harm innocent civilians. 3. A subject may not be physically investigated or restrained unless irrefutable evidence exists that indicates the subject is indeed a Snatcher. 4. A junker is required to assist and support civilian bounty hunters. 5. In order to carry out 1, a junker is allowed the use of a blaster and a navigator and a turbo cycle. Those are the 5 rules. Okay. Whatever you do, don't forget item 2. Violation of item 2 results in suspension of all junker privileges. In other words, there's no room for mistakes, right? That's right. No matter what, you can't harm innocent civilians. Yeah, that's a policy that's been enforced since the witch hunts of a few years back. The Junker Force isn't just any ordinary police organization. There can be no mistakes. Jeez, pretty strict around here. Junker duties. A Junker's job is to figure out who the Snatchers are and to eliminate them. I want you to put your special training in the military to good use and investigate those points about Snatchers that we don't yet understand. We've got to put a stop to them. Okay. I think I'm good on that information. Junker staff. A Junker's job is highly specialized and extremely dangerous. That's why there are so few of us. I'm the chief, Harry's the engineer, and then there's Mika. Gibson and you are our runners. It's just the 5 of us. Okay. Oh, can I get extra special info about each of them now? Harry. He's our engineer. Top rate, if a little stubborn. Okay. What about Mika? As you can see, she's our beautiful and talented operator. Comes on a little too strong at times, though. Oh, Chief. Really? We were the ones coming on strong in that opening sequence. I'm gonna ask about Mika again, see if we can get extra pervy. She's the only woman in headquarters. She helps keep things peaceful around here. What about Gibson? He's our ace runner. He's been covering the whole city himself up until now. What about Snatchers? Yes, 3 years ago, the Snatchers suddenly appeared here in Neo Kobe. We have no idea where they come from or what they want. We do know that they kill, copy the appearance of their victims, and take their place in society, and that their numbers are increasing.
That should be enough to make your duties as a junker quite clear. This is your junker ID card. It will identify you as a junker. Carrying it allows you to exercise your special authority.
I see. Sort of like a police officer's badge, huh?
And here's some money. It's not much, but you'll need it to carry out your investigation.
Nice.
Cash?
Credit cards aren't accepted in some regions of the city. You'll need this sooner or later.
Sounds like it's a rough place out there.
Go see Harry, the engineer. He's got your equipment ready for you.
Alright. Let me see if we can ask a few more things here. Same shit about the Snatchers again. Use Jordan to check on anything else you want to know. Jordan is the computer that we use where we can look up various bits of information, lore related to the world, significant people that we're investigating to find out if we can get any background info on them. Little Easter eggs and stuff you can look up as well. Let's ask about navigators. It's a robot designed to assist junkers by performing all types of analysis. It's got a pretty good sensor setup too. Harry should have your navigator ready for you. Go pick it up from him. What about Jordan? That's the nickname for the artificial intelligence-based computer set up just down the hall. It manages all the information and systems here in headquarters. Okay. It's linked to Neo Kobe's Alpha 1 network. You can get just about any information you need out of it. Okay, cool. I'm just going to show you the cash that you gave me. Here, look at the cash. Here's some funds for expenses. Don't waste them. Show him the cash again.
Keep showing him the cash. Ah, fuck. Okay, I don't think we're getting anything extra there. Alright, I think we can leave. Let's head to the detective's room. This is the detective's room. It's the office for our runners. That's what we call junker investigators like you. You'll be using that desk in the back. What about this desk near the door here? That's Jean's desk. Jean-Jacques Gibson. He's our ace runner. Even so, Jean's got an 18-year-old daughter. A daughter, eh? Her name's Katrina. Okay. Let's check engineering. This is engineering. All the junkers, that is the runners' equipment, is made here. It doesn't look like Harry's around at the moment. Let's look at Mika. You are truly beautiful, Mika. Thanks, Gillian. I'll take that at face value. Let's look around the area. There are tools and machines all over the place. It's a regular factory in here. This room always looks like this. I don't know how he finds anything. There are tools and machines all over the place. Yeah. Harry Benson is our engineer. He's a bit of a lush, but he's a friendly and sweet old guy. Yeah, the Madonna poster there. I think that's who that's supposed to be. He's quite brilliant. He's won 3 Nobel Prizes and the Fields Prize too. His wife was killed by a Snatcher 2 years ago. After that, he quit his detective job and became a junker. Since then, he's been living with his daughter, Katrina. What about Katrina? She's John's only child. She turned 18 this year. Okay, I think we're gonna have to come back here. Where do we have to check still? The computer room. This is Junker Headquarters' computer room. It's linked to databases throughout the country, so you can find almost any information you might need. Antiques in the computer room, eh? I haven't seen a keyboard in some time. It's smaller than I expected. So this is your host computer, eh? The RM1013 model. This is our host computer, a model RM1013. We call it Jordan. That's for Junker Online Regional Data Access Network. It employs full-scale artificial intelligence-based processors. Jordan is fully programmed with all human learning routines and uses an intelligent interface to perform automatic translation, problem-solving, you name it. It employs expert-class artificial intelligence routines developed for fieldwork robots. It's the best there is. Jordan is a type of biocomputer. Its CPU uses components constructed from organic macromolecules as well as functional macromolecules developed with protein design techniques. That's about all I know. You'd have to ask an expert for anything else. Martian! Coming in with the big 10-pack. Thank you, man. Cheers, Martian. Martian coming in with the presents. Enjoy, chat, whoever was lucky enough to get a free sub. Cheers. That's about all I know. You'd have to ask an expert for anything else. How to use. First, put your Junker card in this slot. Once it's confirmed you as a user, you just follow the instructions that Jordan flashes on the screen. We don't need to use it right now. We'll come back and do this a bit later. Hanatani with the 5-pack as well. Cheers, man. All the gifted subs. Enjoy. Who got one there? Bilbus, Syncratic, Casual Player, Creating Space. Whoever got one there. Cheers, man. Okay, let's check out the shooting range. This is the shooting range. Junkers come here to improve their marksmanship. Bow, 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 bow. How do you start practice? Just follow the Junker's Eye practice system. Gillian, you haven't got your blaster yet, have you? Let's hurry and go visit Harry. Come on, let's go see Harry. But I think I should get some practice in first. Yes, but come on, let me take a crack at it. Alright, if you must practice, I'll let you use my ray gun. But it doesn't have the power of a blaster. Is that okay? Yeah, thanks, Mika. Okay, let's start shooting practice. I'm probably gonna fuck this up at the beginning before I get used to the controls. If you press the A button, you can draw your blaster. Press C to fire. Shit, okay, I don't know which one is C. Let's try it. The red gauge on the left shows the number of targets to appear. The yellow gauge on the right shows the number of hits. I'll start it on the introductory level. Good luck. Oh no. Nice. No. Shoot, please. Thank you. Flawless. Fantastic. A perfect score. You're quite a shot, aren't you, Gillian? Wow, a perfect score right off the bat. I bet you've done this before, haven't you? No, ma'am. First time out. I can't stand liars, you know. It's due to all that practice I had in the military, Mika. Fantastic, and no wasted shots either. Sean will be surprised. Come on, let's go see Harry. Nice. Now all we need to do is find Harry. Harry's got to be back by now. I don't know, he's quite the freewheeling type.
Oh good, Harry's back.
Great to meet you. You're Gillian Seed, right? Haven't we met somewhere before?
No, I don't believe so.
Really? Well, I guess I must be imagining things.
Now look at his stance here. Let's take a look at him. That's quite a pose you have there, Harry. May as well take your dick out while you're at it. Somehow I get the same impression. Have I met this guy somewhere? What's wrong? Do I have something hanging from my nose? I'm sure I've met this guy. I just can't recall. You got bad eyesight there, boy? There's a poster and a photograph on the wall. That looks like a poster from the late 20th century. What? You know who she is? You've got good taste for a youngster. It's the picture that was on the wall. It's a photograph of a small boy. That's a picture of me as a kid. It's my only memory of my childhood. Pretty cute, eh? Even I was good looking once. This is very old. This kind of printing technology hasn't been used since the last century. Keep your hands off that, will ya? It's getting pretty fragile. This appears to have been cut out of a larger photo. You can't see the faces of the kids' parents. Let's ask about the navigator.
I know. All right, allow me to introduce the navigator, which I designed especially for you. Hey, Metal Gear, get out here.
Metal, introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Pleased to meet you, Gillian. I am Metal Gear Mach 2. I am programmed to be your personal assistant.
Metal Gear? That's a pretty weird name.
Oh, he's cute.
Thank you.
I think he's turning red. I took his basic design and his name from the Metal Gear menace of the late 20th century. But quite unlike that Metal Gear, this one was designed for peaceful purposes.
Alright. Vanya, thank you for gifting a sub to Potato Knots. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Solid Upgrade as well. So here we have the very first iteration of the Metal Gear Mark II. Let's take a look at it. It looks like some kind of child's toy. A toy? I'd be interested to see what kind of toys you had as a kid. Yeah, but isn't he kind of cute? Doesn't look like he'll be that much help with a body like that. Gillian, navigators are designed primarily for information processing support. It's not an attack unit. Metal Gear, huh? Well, it looks like we're stuck with each other for a while. Let's investigate him. Full bipedal motion system, eh? I don't want anything that's gonna slow me down. I wasn't built for running, but in case of emergency... Yeah? In case of emergency what? Carry me while you run, please. You can't be serious. Tell me you're not serious. Part of its body seems to be a cabinet of some kind. It's for storage. You can put some of your gear in there. Hey, just like MGS4. My storage area is 40-liter capacity, to be exact. Well, he's kind of small, but he looks pretty tough. I'm sure I'll manage. Alright, cool. What else can we talk about here?
They weren't even worth wasting the ammo needed to kill them.
Hey, Wexford Beef with the $10. Happy Christmas, dog. Wexford, thank you very much, man. Cheers. That's very kind of you. Cheers, Wexford. Oh, yes. People were asking before if I'll be splitting this into multiple streams. Yeah, I won't be doing all of this in one stream today. We'll probably go for like 5 hours or so today, and then we'll finish it off tomorrow. Or maybe I'll split it into 3 streams. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It'll be 2 or 3 streams. Cheers, Wex. Navigators are designed from the start as a junker's investigative assistant. On-site detection, analysis, recording, communications, you name it. They're packed with features. And Metal Gear here is the latest model. What about an attack system? Don't they carry any weapons? Afraid not. They're unarmed. After all, the main idea behind a navigator is to assist in an investigation's data management. But they do have a save function. Just choose the Use Metal Gear command, and then the Save command. You can record the exact status of your investigation that way. In the same way, you can use the Use Light command to help when it's too dark to see. I told you they were nice to have around, didn't I? How about communications? Does he have some kind of radio? Yep, there's a video phone installed. A video phone. That's right, just select Use Metal Gear, and then use Video Phone to access it. In theory, you can use it anywhere, but you have to watch out for interference. Sometimes the signal just can't get through. Alright, so yeah, Metal Gear is also our male link. We use Metal Gear to save. Anything else about Metal Gear? You'll get used to him in no time, once you're a full-fledged junker. Alright, what about my blaster?
Oh, that's right. Don't panic yourself. I got it right over here. This is your blaster, the official weapon of a junker. It's got full user feedback circuitry, adjusting itself to your reaction time. In other words, it's just as good as you are. What do you think? Here, see how she feels.
It's unbelievably light.
You bet it is. This ain't one of those ray guns the Army uses. She's put together with the latest carbon polymers and ceramics, not affected by heat one bit. And her ergonomic design optimizes both functionality and firepower. Well, what do you think, Gillian?
I'll take it.
Alright, sweet. ABQ. Thank you for the 63. First, you have to get used to things. The rest can come later. Use the Junker's Eye practice system down in the shooting range to get used to your blaster. You know, that booth we just saw at the shooting range, Gillian. I took a look at your practice results. Not bad. You've got a pretty steady hand there, mister. Doesn't he? He seems like he can handle himself. This gun is designed to bring out the best in whoever's using it. The more you use it, the better and more powerful you'll get. Div with the 21 months as well. Thank you. What about the Snatchers? You're an engineer. Tell me about how the Snatchers are built. It's odd, but we've never been able to get a specimen. They're always stolen or self-destructed. They have any weaknesses? They're built really well, so it's tough to destroy them outright. Try to immobilize them. They've got these slits on their head for some reason. A well-placed shot there will often destroy their control functions. That's why it's important to practice your marksmanship.
I have a video phone call from Jean-Jacques Gibson coming in. Connecting.
Junker HQ, this is Gibson. I've cornered a probable male snatcher. I'm in the abandoned factory in the M district. Request immediate backup.
Gillian, that means you. You better head out right away. Jean needs your help.
We must hurry. We'll use a turbocycle to travel to the scene.
Be careful, Gillian.
This is a turbocycle, specially designed for Junker use. In addition to three-wheeled ground travel, it is capable of hovering and high-speed flight. The vehicle is also VTOL capable, so takeoffs and landings in narrow areas present no difficulty.
A flying tricycle, huh? I just came in on one of these things.
We have been assigned this vehicle for use in our investigations.
Sweet. Let's save. Meow now. Would you like to continue to play? Continue game. Alright, now returning to the investigation. December Sky with the 8 months. Thank you. Let's take a look at the turbocycle first. It's brand new and was just tuned up. It's a 47 Interceptor. It's built by the same company that builds the shuttle. It's built with the latest ceramiplastics and carbon polymers. It doesn't even have a scratch on it. Let's get inside. We're in the turbocycle. Operation is computer controlled. Where would you like to go? Factory ruins.
Now departing for the abandoned factory.
My first day on the job, and now this. Ace Junker Gibson has cornered a suspected snatcher. I wonder if this guy really is a snatcher. Guess I'll find out now if all that training really paid off.
So sick. This game has the tunes. We've arrived at the abandoned factory. What would you like to do? Exit the turbocycle. We have arrived at the abandoned factory. This is where Jean called from. Jesus. Let's take a look around. I love how the city looks in the background there. Glowing red. It's a battered old factory. Judging from its design, I'd say it dates from the period when manned production techniques were still used. It appears abandoned. It has an eerie atmosphere about it. The sky is getting quite dark. It looks like a storm may be coming in. Staring at the sky like that isn't going to bring rain, you know. This place is quite run down. It looks deserted, too. Motion detector. Metal, are you reading anything? I can't tell from here. We'll have to move inside. The building is heavily damaged. It's probably been abandoned since the last century. There's nothing unusual here.
Oh no!
What was that?
A male scream. Perhaps something has happened to Jean-Jacques. Gillian, please use extreme caution. I read multiple moving objects within the factory. This could indicate the presence of Snatchers or Insectors.
Insectors? What in the world's that?
A spider-like robot used by Snatchers as security devices. Though compact in size, they are armed with needle guns. Use extreme caution.
Let's go inside. All right, we're going in. Keep your blaster ready. Push the A button to draw your blaster. Anything could happen in here. You might want to save frequently just in case disaster strikes. We've entered the factory. This is the spot where he placed that video phone call. Let's take a look around. There's debris everywhere. Please watch your step. It's uncomfortably quiet here. Metal, aren't you picking anything up? Nothing's moving. That's odd. What happened to Jean? Let's advance. All right, now moving ahead.
What the?
It's Little John.
Little John?
Yes, Jean-Jacques Gibson's personal navigator.
It's Raiden's son. Oh my! Little John's been demolished. There's no way to repair damage this bad. Little John. Boy, they really wasted him. This charring indicates he was hit by fire from a laser cannon. Nearly all his circuits are burned completely through. His functions have been completely terminated. Nevertheless, his memory may be all or partially intact. Where's Gibson? A navigator never leaves his runner's side unless there is a very serious reason. We have to hurry. Gibson's in trouble. Memory chip.
Well, what do you think? Can you get this memory chip out of there in one piece?
I will attempt it. Now retrieving memory chip. Memory chip retrieved.
Cool. Can I go into my possessions and... Can I do anything with this right now? Report analysis results. Little memory. Little John with his little memory. I'm afraid I cannot analyze another navigator's memory. You'll have to go back to headquarters to process it. Let's just hope there's something left. Okay. Metal. Anything on your sensors? No. I'm not getting any reading. I don't see anything that would help our investigation. Okay, let's move ahead. Alright, now moving ahead. I'm not picking up any sounds. Hey, Metal, aren't you picking anything up? Nope, I'm not getting any reading. Alright, now moving ahead. Wait, there's a figure on the floor. Oh my god!
Dear God.
My god! John! Gibson. It's Gibson. My god, his head's been twisted completely off. Jeez, I wish I didn't have to meet him like this. I can't believe they killed John! He dropped his blaster here. It's been crushed flat. This would take incredible strength. John's blaster has been bent like a twig. It's an old type blaster. It's definitely John's. It's still warm. He probably fired several shots. Alright, let's analyze the man himself. He's still warm. That scream we heard was no doubt his. What killed him? His head has been twisted off. He died instantly. It would take incredible strength to do this. Look! John's holding something in his right hand. It's hair. He's holding several strands of hair. In addition, there is skin tissue under his nails, probably from him scratching his attacker. Look at his hair.
Now analyzing recovered hair sample. Analysis complete. Results on the display. 1. Chromosomal analysis of cells from the papilla and root reveal 46XY. Subject is male. 2. Hair color, brown. Hair structure reading of 65 indicates European subject, wavy hair. 3. Attachment of root structure and thickness of the base of the strand suggest hair was pulled out of follicle. 4. Enzyme antibody analysis indicates subject is blood type A, Rh factor negative. 5. Cell component distribution indicates presence of artificial protein compounds. The results of the analysis strongly suggest that the strand of hair was pulled from the scalp of Jean's attacker during their struggle. This strand of hair almost certainly came from a male European, blood type A negative Snatcher.
I love all these little analysis scenes with Metal Gear. What else can I investigate here? The skin sample.
Now analyzing recovered tissue sample. Analysis complete. Results on the display. 1. Enzyme antibody analysis indicates subject is blood type O, Rh factor negative. 2. Chromosomal analysis of cells in the sample reveal 46XX. Subject is female. 3. Cell component distribution indicates presence of artificial protein compounds. 4. Number of melanocytes in sample indicates that subject is Caucasian. The results of the analysis strongly suggest that the tissue sample, a cluster of skin cells, was scraped from the subject during a struggle with Jean. These skin cells almost certainly came from a female European, blood type O negative Snatcher.
Maybe there's more than one Snatcher involved. Gibson said, I've cornered a probable male Snatcher. Sherv with the 29 months. Thank you. Let's take a look at his blaster. It's an old type blaster. It's definitely Jean's. Bending a blaster like this is well beyond the strength of any human. No doubt it was a Snatcher. Let's analyze his corpse again.
An analysis of Jean's stomach reveals a major lesion on the caloric region of the gastric membrane.
So, Jean had an ulcer, huh?
Yes. In addition, I read a substantial quantity of partially digested organic compounds.
Organic compounds. If you can determine the composition and the degree to which the food's been digested, we may be able to figure out where Jean's been.
Okay. Organic compounds.
Now making incision in Jean's stomach to analyze organic compounds present. Analysis complete. Results on the display. Results of the analysis indicate the organic compounds are primarily composed proteins that have been exposed to digestive acids for approximately 3 hours. Amino acid structure of the protein suggests the meat is that of a buffalo.
Buffalo meat?
Yes, buffalo meat. The results indicate that Jean ate buffalo meat somewhere about 3 hours before he was killed.
We should search Jean's personal belongings. Something may turn up. You're right. We might find some kind of clue. Let's look at his corpse again. We've completely searched the body. I've recorded all the images. What about his clothing? There was a key in one of his pockets. What is this key for? I don't know of anywhere where old keys like this are still used. Can I look at the key? This item is quite an antique. Metal, hang on to this key as evidence, okay? Alright, I'll store it. What about the blaster? Okay. There is evidence of a struggle on the ground here, but I can't interpret it. I think we've done everything we can do here. Motion detector. Hey, Metal, aren't you picking anything up? No, I'm not getting any reading. Alright, now moving ahead. It's a dead end. It's blocked by a cave-in. We can't go any farther. Dirt and sand. There must be several tons of earth here. It appears to have been like this for some time. Anything on the motion detector, Metal? Metal, anything on your sensors? No, I'm not getting any reading. It's uncomfortably quiet here. I investigate the dirt and sand again. Ba-da-la-doo-do-da-doo. Let's listen here. Maybe I missed something with Gibson's body. The skin sample. The blaster. The organic compounds. The clothing. Ah, yes. Wait, there's a scrap of paper in one of his pockets. It's written on ordinary paper. Search the house. What is that supposed to mean? Who knows? These could be Jean's last words. Metal, keep this as evidence, will you? Alright, now storing paper scrap in my internal chamber.
I'm reading movement.
Something just ran across that doorway.
Snatchers?
Unable to confirm. I suggest we investigate.
Come out, Snatcher scum! Alright, now moving ahead. It's a dead end. A dead end. Then where do the Snatchers go? Are you okay, Gillian? That's weird. I was fine until a moment ago. Please stay quiet. What's wrong, Metal? Maybe it's a sensor defect, but I think I'm picking up a sound off in the distance. Can you hear it, Gillian? That's odd. Seems like my ears are going out on me. Maybe it's due to a change in air pressure. Hey, Metal, aren't you picking anything up? No, I'm not getting any reading. Listen, you can hear a sound like that of a timer. I hear something which sounds like a timer. That's weird. Then where did those Snatchers go? They definitely headed in this direction, didn't they? Are you okay? Maybe I'm getting a cold. Alright, now moving back. Wait. I can hear something. I can't hear a thing. Quiet. There. Can you hear it? Alright, moving back. Wait, I can hear something. I can't hear a thing. Retreat. Turn up the volume on your TV. Can you hear that? It sounds like a clock. I'm picking something up from the direction of Little John. I thought Little John's functions were totally dead. I can only find Little John's memory chip.
Time bomb?
Evacuate immediately! There is little time!
Anything could happen. You should probably save frequently just to be safe. Now that you mention it, I haven't saved even once since arriving at the factory. You know, I'm not sure if I ever did this without saving. I'm curious to see if you get some different dialogue if you don't save after the factory. I'm going to play it risky. I'm not going to save. Insectors, use your blaster. I know, I've practiced enough at HQ. Easy. Flawless. The motion reading has vanished. Exit.
We're getting out of here.
Sorry, I cannot go with you.
What's wrong with you? Hurry it up.
I am incapable of locomotion.
What on earth are you blabbering about? Let's go. It's gonna blow.
Please save yourself. I am paralyzed with fear.
Oh, I can't believe this stupid robot. Come on.
I like how Gillian's portrait grabs Metal's portrait.
Jeez, my ears are really ringing.
That's because you left the volume turned up.
Damn Snatchers.
There is no need for concern. I have stored all the information about the evidence and the area in my memory. We should return to Junker headquarters.
Damn Snatchers forcing me to turn my volume up.
We've returned to Junker headquarters.
Ooh, that was some first day.
Now entering the building. We've entered the lobby.
Gillian, I heard about Jean.
Oh shit!
I'm sorry.
Audio's
I wish
fucked
I
up
could have
again.
done more.
Desynced.
You performed your duties quite satisfactorily.
That's right, it's not your fault, Gillian. Don't worry about it. By the way, the chief is waiting for you.
This is the chief's office.
Well, Seed, that was a pretty rough first assignment to draw. You made a great effort, though. I've studied the data transmitted back by Metal Gear, so I know all about what happened out there. It's too bad about Gibson. He was a great junker. Seed, I need you to take over for him. You're the only one I've got left who can battle this Snatcher menace.
Yeah, I wonder what the deal is with that desync. I've never experienced that before playing this on an emulator. Let's save. Would you like to continue play? Continue play. Alright, now returning to the investigation. Let's talk to the chief, see what's going on. Based on the analysis of the hair strands he was grasping and the skin tissue found under his nails, we're reasonably certain that at least one male and one female Snatcher were involved in killing him. I think in that brief little moment where you see the two Snatchers running across the screen, you can tell that it is the two Snatchers, that it's the two Snatchers that are responsible later on. The second one had green hair. The first one had gray hair. And I think when we get to the two culprits later on, we'll see that it matches with what we see in that scene. We're reasonably certain that at least one male and one female Snatcher. Yeah. We've got to learn what he was up to. What was he after? What was he investigating when he was killed? To find that out, you should start by checking out the detective's room and then his home. Okay? And don't forget to ask questions at the places he hung out. That buffalo meat he ate may offer some clue. Check out places that serve buffalo. You may find a witness. Let's check out his room then. This is the detective's room. We should investigate John's personal items. We must learn what he was doing before he was killed. I see. Basic detective work. Let's take a look. It's an antique steel desk. This is the one that John was using. We probably should take a look inside, eh? It's an old-style working desk. It has drawers installed. I'm afraid it's locked. I cannot open it. A key. Nobody uses keys anymore. As I recall, Jean had a key. Is that in my possessions now? Nice. Alright, I will try the key. There is something in the drawer. Capsules. And a disc. It's some kind of capsule medication. Okay, what about the disc? It's a floppy disk for a personal computer. Investigate. It's a 5-inch floppy disk. A 5-inch disc. Nobody uses those things anymore. This disc must have something to do with John's investigation. Alright, I will store this disc as evidence. And the capsule?
What kind of medicine is this?
I'll perform an analysis. Acid inhibitors, membrane-protecting agents, H2 blockers. This is medication for an ulcer.
Jeez. It looks like Jean's stomach was really in terrible shape. Then what was he doing eating buffalo? It seems a little unusual. Perhaps there was some reason that he had to eat buffalo.
These capsules may have something to do with all this. Let's keep them. That will not be necessary. I have recorded the results of the analysis of their chemical composition. Okay. What else can I investigate here? About the locker. Alright, let's investigate the locker. There is a coat hanging inside the locker. Check the pockets of the coat for me, will you? Alright. A chess piece was in the coat. It's a chess piece. It's John's Junker coat. This was probably a spare. It's just like the coat I got, but a little bigger. It's really worn out, though. It's a chess piece made of wood. This could mean something, Metal. Let's hang on to it as evidence. Alright, I will store this chess piece as evidence. I'm sure it must mean something. Okay. There's nothing else in the coat. Okay, I think this is all we can do for now. Let's go check on Harry. Sons of Liberty with the 44 months. Thank you. This is engineering.
Well, so our new junker has returned.
I register high alcohol levels. Harry is intoxicated.
I really thought you were better than that.
Harry!
What kind of backup was that supposed to be? If you were a better junker than that, Jean wouldn't have had to die out there.
Harry, that statement is incorrect.
Don't worry about it, Metal. Harry's right.
Jean... Sorry, it's not your fault.
Metal, would you give Harry the memory chip we pulled out of Little John?
Of course. Harry, this is Little John's memory chip.
I'm not sure what's written on his cap, if it's possible to read. It looks like it says runner, maybe, but he has been drinking quite heavily. He still has the brandy bottle in his hand. It's a 20th century brandy. It's Napoleon. Okay. Investigate it. This is odd. I thought that Harry only drank Japanese sake. What's this? Brandy, huh? What's this? There are numbers written on the label. It says 395644. It does not appear to be a date of any kind. Okay. Would you leave me alone for now? I'm having a little farewell party for Jean. Okay. Forget about work, Gillian. I just can't get in the mood for that kind of thing right now. Stop that, you wet behind the ears know nothing. He seems to have been drinking heavily. I'm gonna keep investigating him. Hey, don't touch me! That's probably all we're gonna get out of him. Alright. Let's go look up Napoleon in the computer room. If there is any information you wish to study, you can look it up using the Jordan system. Use Jordan. I am Jordan, Junker Headquarters Host AI Computer System. Please insert your ID card. What? This thing's got a personality? Okay, Junker card going in. User confirmed as Gillian Seed. Welcome to Jordan. What sort of information do you need? Well, at least they'll let me in. Load ID file. Use the cursor to input the name. Yeah. For example, input John Konami as John Konami. Or you can search with just a first name, for example, John. What was it you were saying about John Konami before, Dim? No matching items for John Konami. Okay. Entering in Konami like that, I think, removes some of the censored content in the game. Some of the cutscenes will be slightly more explicit now, I think. Kojima's details. Personality, third generation family man. Nickname Ojama. Ojama. Favorite game, Zabika. What's that? Message, Snatcher has crossed the sea. I hope you all enjoy it a lot. Let's look up Blaustein. I think Blaustein is has a file here. Now we have to type in his whole name. Yeah. Personality, irritable, prone to manic jabbering. Nickname, Crabgrass Baby. Favorite game, Ogre Battle. Message, in the wee hours, I'll meet you down by Dun Ringle. Video phone number, 416766. Let's look up Napoleon for the story. Napoleon Bonaparte, aka Napoleon the First, aka Little Corporal, Emperor of the French, a brilliant military strategist. He deposed the French Directory and proclaimed himself first consul, saying the famous line, "The revolution is ended." Later, he proclaims himself emperor, 1804. His military and political might gripped continental Europe, but failed to encompass Great Britain. After a disastrous winter campaign in Russia, 1812, he was forced to abdicate by a coalition of French marshals, 1814. Having been exiled to the island of Elba, he escaped briefly, regained power, and was ultimately defeated at Waterloo, 1815, and exiled for life to the island of St. Helena, ending his final 100-day reign. His codification of laws, the Napoleonic Code, still forms the basis of French civil law. Omaru with the 56 months. Thank you. Cheers, man. We'll try Matsui. Hold on. Go for the full name, Naoki. No matching. Did I spell that correctly? Davwell with the 53 months as well. Thank you. Sons of Liberty, did I thank you too for your 44? Cheers, everyone. Okay. Let's use Metal Gear and hook up that video phone. 395644 was what was written on the Napoleon bottle, I think.
Who the hell are you? I'm an acquaintance of Gibson. I need some information.
You an investigator too, huh? Can't trust them. All right, let's have the password.
The password?
Gillian, how did you know that he was John's informant? Oh, come on, Metal. Guys like this always turn out to be informants. It's that simple? I used a trick question on him. I see. What are you mumbling about? Come on, let's have the password. The 100-day. Please input using the cursor. The 100-day reign, which is what we just read from the Jordan computer. Probably just in the PC Engine version. Yeah, I think you can look up way more names than that. Okay, you seem pretty real to me. Meet me at Alton Plaza in the EXG district. I'll see you there. Now what are you going to do? Okay. I think now we should be able to just leave and... I'm alright now, Gillian. You can't stay depressed over these things forever. Any new things to ask her? Napoleon. That Chinese informant John was using. He's known him ever since he was a science cop. A science cop. Well, I've heard about him, but I've never met him. Why don't you arrange to meet him? He may know something. Alright, out to the turbo cycle. Mika, I'm heading out to check on a few things. I've got a couple of leads. Really? Don't worry yourself over Jean, okay? Thanks, Mika. Gillian. Yes, Mika? How, This isn't supposed to be Gillian's line of dialogue. How are you and your wife doing? I haven't talked to her in a while. Not even on the video phone? No. You shouldn't leave her alone like that. That's right. Come to think of it, I have her number written down at home. I bet she's pretty lonely. I'm sure you're right. Thanks. Be careful, Gillian. Let's see. We've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? I think I will go to Gillian's apartment first. All right, now heading to your apartment. Yeah, this game originally came out in 1988, but I'm playing the 1994 port, Sega CD version. We've arrived at your apartment. This is your apartment, Gillian. Wow, you mean I have a place to live too? Please tone it down, Gillian. I know you have lost your memory, but isn't that carrying the act a bit too far? Just trying to make things a little more fun for the folks playing the game. Let's look at the apartment building. This is the apartment that the government made available for you. The neighborhood's not much, but what a great looking building, eh? We're right on the border between the north and south regions of the city. It is not exactly what you would call the best neighborhood. Can't complain too much. Rent is really high even around here. No! Don't enter the turbo cycle. Let's go inside. We are in the living room. For a widower, the room seems rather tidy. I'm quite impressed. Don't you ever shut up. Are you programmed to evaluate my personal life too? My duty is to support you and observe that you are properly carrying out your responsibilities as a junker. Some observer. You mean informer, right? Well, one could put it that way. Let's take a look around. I see nothing noteworthy here. Well, geez, I'm sorry I lead such an ordinary life. Please do not get upset. You know that is not what I meant. Gillian, there's a photograph on the shelf. Yeah, that's a very special picture for me. It's a picture of Jamie. Ah, yes. The wife you are separated from. She is very attractive. Come to think of it, I wrote Jamie's video phone number on the back of the picture. It seems to be a picture of her when she was rather young, but I can't remember where it was taken. She is very young in this picture, perhaps in her teens. She still looks like such a little girl. Come to think of it, I wrote Jamie's video phone number on the back of the picture. Investigate the picture. There are some numbers written on the back. 393444. It seems to be a video phone number. Yeah, that's the number for Jamie's apartment. Why don't you try giving her a call? Would you let me handle my own personal life? Alright, let's use the video phone. 393...
Hi, Jamie speaking. Oh, Gillian, how are you?
Hi, Lindsay Wagner. I come in strong. Let's unload all our feelings on her. Jamie, I'm not sure how to say this, but I really want to make up with you. I want to try again. Please don't say that, Gillian. Right now, I think the two of us are better off apart. I'm sure of it. I don't care if my memory comes back or not. I just want a second chance with you, Jamie. Gillian, I'm just so sick of our hurting each other. Memories are important for any couple. I can't handle a life of lies. Jamie, we can make our own memories together. Wait, Gillian, I don't know about this right now. Ask out on a date. Meal, musical, zoo, ocean, amusement park, races, hotel, arcade. Let's go to the arcade. Why don't we head over to the Hoverland Arcade? It's a lot bigger than Mindwave, and there's a lot of couples there these days. I'll grab a cute stuffed animal for you with one of those superconducting cranes. I'm good friends with one of the employees over there, so I can always get prizes. I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. Those cranes always scam you, but don't worry. I know a guy. Let's go to the ocean. Jamie, let's go to the beach. Where should we go? How about Ashia Bay or Old Suma? Wait, I know. Let's go to Maiko Park. It's sealed off, but I know a back way in. It'll be okay. I have my Junker pass. Besides, it's an all-weather type beach. It won't be that cold. I'm sorry, Gillian, but you know I hate wearing swimsuits. Your scar from having your appendix out, right? When are you ever going to stop worrying about that? I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. Well, what about the zoo, then? Why don't we visit the Bio Zoo? I hear a baby unicorn's been born over there. I hear there's an exhibition of works by Karl Meisenhofen. I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. What about a meal, then? Come on, Jamie. Talk to me a bit. Over dinner or something. We haven't been out in so long. I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. Well, what about a musical, then? Jamie, how about a musical? There's some really interesting robot musicals playing. How about Phantom of the Opera? I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. Well, let's go to the races, then. Let's go see dragon horses. You've always liked horses, right? Besides, the Arima Cup is coming up pretty soon. I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. How about we go to a hotel? Why don't we share a quiet drink over in the lounge at the Neoportopia Hotel? Jamie, you've always liked moonsalt, right? I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. The amusement park. Let's try out that new anti-gravity ride at Neoportopia Land. We need to relax. That'll really help us forget about work. And I hope you'll wear a skirt when we go. I'm sorry, Gillian. I just don't feel like doing that kind of thing yet. Well, that's everything. So how are you doing? I'm getting by all right. How about you, Gillian? Are you eating properly? Yeah, I'm doing okay. I miss your great Paschetti, though. Paschetti? Oh, that's cute. You still call it that? Same as always. Keeping myself busy so the loneliness doesn't have time to sink in. How's your job going, Jamie? You still working at Kobe Pharmaceuticals? Yes, this work really suits me. I almost feel like I've been doing it for years. I'm surprised how you keep up in such a technical field. It surprises even me. I guess I still remember some of what I used to know. Any sign your memory may be coming back? I'm afraid not. I can't remember anything about living together with you or having fun together. What about you, Gillian? It's the same for me. I can't remember anything before I woke up in that bed in the army hospital. Gillian, I'm heading out right now. Sorry I have to hang up. Okay, bye. Alright. Anything else here? There's a single sofa bed. Overall, a rather Spartan and bland room. Hey, I haven't had time to go shopping yet, alright? Look at the shelf again. There is nothing else on the shelf. Alright. I think we can leave. This is your apartment building, Gillian. Let's get inside the turbo cycle and head towards Zoltan Plaza. All right, now heading to Alton Plaza. We have arrived at Alton Plaza. Hey, what's up, Shizzle? This place is well known as a rendezvous spot for couples. Is Napoleon here yet? I can't stand waiting unless it's for a woman. The whole area is decked out in the Christmas mood. I always like year-end. I enjoy the warm atmosphere of the season. Hey! Get those wide vibes going. You're quite a romantic, aren't you? Well, I guess. Plato's Cavern, 691170. Look, some of the letters are burned out on that great meals sign over there. What's it say? Why don't you read it yourself, Gillian? There are advertisements on all the buildings. They put those ads on everything, but nobody reads them. There's neon signs everywhere. It looks like the electronic parade at Lucasland. Look for Napoleon? No, I don't want to. Does anyone know if it's possible to meet the fortune teller at this point in the game? I think maybe only I think the fortune teller as well might only show up if you're stuck as well. Like, maybe because I already contacted Napoleon, the fortune teller won't show up? I don't know. It's the holiday season. People are moving busily here and there. Oh. The guy who was on the phone is headed this way. Is that him?
Well. So, you're the new junker, eh?
You Napoleon?
Well, let's keep this short, okay? The Snatcher sees me here, and I'll be the next one eliminated.
Send Napoleon home. Get out of here, Napoleon. Let's look at him. He's called Napoleon, but he's ethnic Chinese.
Don't you even know the proper manners in this business?
Investigate him.
Hey! What do you think you're doing, searching me? I said stop it! Don't you have any manners? Before that, how about if you show me your Junker ID?
Alright, let's show him our ID.
Ah, so you're the real thing, eh? But with that little walking trash can with you, you stick out like a sore thumb anyway. Everybody's probably figured it out by now.
Hey, watch it.
So, what do you want me for?
Let's talk to him. Self-introduction. I'm the new Junker. My name's Gillian Seed.
Oh, yes! Another one trying to hurry to his grave. I don't do Liquid Sky. Believe me.
About Gibson. Gibson was killed by a Snatcher. Do you know anything about it?
What? Gibson got killed? He said something about Snatchers being after him. Gibson helped me more times than I can count. He was a great cop.
About arrest. What a pain. Why don't we just arrest this guy? This guy looks pretty suspicious. Maybe we should take him downtown. About Napoleon.
That right? One of these days I'll tell you why I'm called Napoleon. If you want to live for long in this business, whatever you do, you can't sell yourself out.
Did you notice anything unusual about Gibson lately?
Who knows? I didn't hear much from him for a while. I'm really busy. Just get to the point, okay?
Buffalo cuisine. Gibson ate buffalo somewhere just before he was killed. Any ideas?
Follow his trail and use a little intuition.
Do you know any places that serve buffalo?
Since that prohibition on shooting buffalo went into effect, almost nobody will touch the stuff. Well, I may have a few ideas, but I'm not a charity, you know.
What about Liquid Sky?
It's that drug that's really popular right now. It stimulates nerve centers. Sends you on quite a trip, I hear. Mr. Big runs this island. Hey, a man's gotta earn a living, know what I mean? How about a little more generosity on your part?
Cash. Here, take it.
Well, thank you.
Alright, cough up the info then.
It's the only place in Neokobe that serves buffalo. Yeah, there's a masquerade club called Outer Heaven. I'm pretty sure they serve buffalo. It's quite a famous hangout in that particular industry. It's like a big masquerade party. Customers have to wear masks or whatever, or they can't get in. That makes the place pretty popular with a lot of VIPs and a lot of high places.
About the club.
To get in there, you gotta have a mask from over Plato's Cavern, or they won't let you in.
Plato's Cavern?
It's a black market where you can buy without a permit. They've got absolutely everything there. I think Gibson stopped by there quite a bit himself. Why don't you visit the place? You might find some leads.
Location of the store.
Where is it? There's a sign right over there. Check it out yourself.
Why don't you ever tell me anything straight out?
Huh? Why don't you take a good look around the area?
Liquid Sky again.
I've never done any of that. You get started on that and you're finished.
What else can I do here? What else can we talk about?
Too bad about good old Gibson. That was a shocker. Maybe it's about time I thought about changing my line of work. Get your hands off me. Stupid jokes make me angry.
Anything else we can ask him about?
What's with these questions about me? Informants are supposed to be mysterious types, alright? He said he'd found something big about Snatchers, but he didn't tell me what it was. Let's get this over with quickly, alright? Sorry, the only place I know that serves buffalo is Outer Heaven. It's sort of an underground bar. You don't want to go in there and advertise that you're a junker, understand? If you do, your life probably ain't worth anything.
Okay, Napoleon, thanks for the help, man. Thanks, I owe you one.
See ya.
There he goes. Let's take another look around the crowd here. It's been a year. Well, I probably did a Snatcher playthrough. I don't think the last one I did was last Christmas. I think I did a couple afterwards. We got the Neo Kobe pizza coming up. Nearby people. There are many people who seem to be waiting for someone. That young girl over there, she's been waiting for some time now. One should not keep an attractive woman waiting. Nobody's showing. She probably got stood up. How unfortunate. I couldn't agree more. I think I'll go see how she's doing. Gillian, wait! You stay here. I'll be right back. Oh dear. There he goes. Oh, he's back. What happened? She gave me tissues. 3 little packs. I see. Passing out advertising, was she? Wait a minute. There's a video phone number printed on the back. 556666. It says Love Line. Let's try it out. Hi, I'm Christy. What's your name, honey? John. John what? John Doberman. That's an interesting name. What is it? Fictional, What did you say? I said it's Phoenician. Oh, come on. What's your real name? It's Gillian. Oh, yeah? How did you finally get off that island? No, I said Gillian. I'm just teasing you, honey. So what did you call for? Love or conversation? Love. So, you're interested in love, huh? Yeah, that's right. Very interested, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. You want love, don't you? Yeah, Yeah, love. Love. You know where I can get some? Sure, baby. I know where you can get some. The question is, how bad do you want it? I want it real bad. How bad is bad? Let me put it this way. If I was a cat, I'd be cleaning myself. Okay, I get it. Anyway, if you want the real thing, I'll give you another number to call, okay? Yeah, okay. And I can get the kind of love I'm looking for there? Oh, yes, you'll never feel so loved. The number is 396004. Okay. 396004.
The number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JT&T Neo Kobe.
Did I enter that correctly? I think I entered that correctly, didn't I? I'm calling her back. Hi, I'm Christy. What's your name, honey? Hi, Christy. I'm Gillian. Oh, come on, little buddy. You know you didn't call for a conversation. You should at least be honest with yourself. Well, I suppose you're right about that. Sure I am. If you aren't honest with yourself, you lose touch with reality. Wow, that's truly profound. By the way, what do you look like? What are you wearing? What would you say if I told you I was 5'10" with long, straight blonde hair, and my measurements were 38, 24, 36? I'd probably say something like, swing! And what if and what if I told you I was wearing a black leather teddy and thigh-high boots? If that were the case, I'd probably say gulp or something similar. And if you said that, I'd probably counter with, "Ooh, I wish you were here with me now. I'm so lonely," or some derivation thereof. Is that right? But that wouldn't be very honest. What do you mean? You're not a beautiful, sexy blonde? Oh, sure I am. I'm more beautiful and sexier than you can imagine. Then what do you mean about not being honest? I mean that I would rather perform toenail surgery on myself than be alone with you. Oh. I'm so glad we had this conversation. It sounded like you needed to take a reality check. Bye now, and better luck with Mary Ann. Toenail surgery. Alright, I'm calling her back. Hi, this is Vanjie. Hi, Vanjie. I'm Ian Gilseed. How can I help you? Huh? Isn't this the love line? Yes, it is. Well then, aren't you gonna say some provocative come-ons or some semi-lewd half-references? Well, normally I would. However, the political climate in the world is just not conducive to that sort of thing right now. People would get angry. What people? What are you talking about? It's just the two of us here. Who would know? Oh, don't be so naive. Everyone is watching everything we do and say. You're crazy. No, I'm serious. They're listening and watching and judging. Haven't you noticed that whenever we talk about sex, we're restricted to making vague double entendres and bland allusions? Nobody is controlling what I say. Oh yeah? Then tell me why you called. What do you want to do to me? Well, I want to get to know you better, if you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. Tell me clearly. I'd like to get closer to you. Much closer. Nod, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean? I have no idea. I want to realign your tires, boot your disc, grease your baking dish. You see? It's true. Now do you believe me? You're being controlled. You have no freedom. My God, it's true. But they can't do this. I'm an adult. I pay my taxes. I have rights. Tell it to the Senate, crybaby. In the meantime, it looks like you'll have to bait your own hook. Goodbye. Censored, as far as I'm concerned. All those politicians can just censored anytime they like. Alright, we're calling back. I don't think I did all these calls last time I was playing. Maybe I did? I don't remember doing all these last time. No answer. That's as far as we can go. Damn. It looks like this service is out of business. What number should we dial? Hold on a second. I should have some notes here with numbers on it. Yeah, let's try 3333. Mr. Kushibuchi, I'm now in Honolulu for the marathon. Please leave a message. Okay. Miss Hayakusa or Hayasaka. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is Miss Hayasaka at Konami. Thanks for your continued support. Finally, Konami's famous Snatcher will be released worldwide. We're so happy that Konami fans and fanatics will now be able to play this game. Although the characters in this game are all fictitious, after playing the game, I really felt that I knew the characters as real people. Also, this is the first game I've ever played that continually gave me strong feelings, just like watching a great movie. Gillian Seed, a man without memories, the romance of all the beautiful women around him. Also, that enigmatic bounty hunter, Random Hajeel. And who could ever forget Gillian's sidekick, Metal Gear Mark II? I felt sad when things went bad for the characters, and I also learned many things about love and friendship. I'm sure everyone has seen a movie, read a book, or heard music that stays with you, and that you never forget. Snatcher is that type of work. I hope it is for you too. I'm very grateful that I was able to meet all of you in this game, and I want to continue helping to bring you exciting and moving software, so keep rooting for us. This aged well. Bye-bye now. Bye, Miss Hayasaka at Konami. We love you, Konami. Mr. Inamura. 416766.
The number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JT&T Neo Kobe.
Okay, I don't think this one is available in this version of the game. Let's try Mr. Togo at 446454. Hello, this is Mitsuhiro Togo. Hi, nice to meet you. My family is made up of my daughter and my extremely tough wife, who also serves as our bodyguard. My hobby is constructing IBM PC AT compatible hardware. Our personal computer is hooked up to a network, but it is not open to the public. I am an expert in MS-DOS and Windows, so if you have any questions, please ask. Well, talk to you later. Bye. Hey, what are you doing hanging up like that? He seems to be rather self-centered. Ever since that jerk got married, he never goes out anymore. Okay, let's try Mr. Sasaki at 796641. This is a message for all of you who bought Lethal Enforcers. I love you. This game is also Justifier compatible, so have fun. Okay, I guess Mr. Sasaki worked on Lethal Enforcers. Hold on a second. And now Mr. Nakamura. 846736. Hello, this is Nakamura. Huh? You're asking me if I want to buy some Junker's Rush? What the hell are you saying? It's adrenaline gum. You chew it and get an energy burst. Want to try some tonight? Gilligan, what are you doing? No, hey, I just want some pocket money. What are you talking about? You can't sell that. Okay. Hey, Nakamura, you need some blaster bullets? Gillian, you had better straighten up and fly right. I can't believe you're trying to sell me that stuff. Get the hell off my video phone now. Okay, let's see if we can do what we're actually supposed to be doing here. Yeah, I don't think that is Hideki Sasaki. Okay, what was the number for Plato's Cavern again? Actually, let me look around for nearby people. There's a street performer over there. Why don't we go take a look? I know this guy. I think I've seen him doing this before. It looks like Michael Jackson. I always wondered what happened to him. Gillian, I don't believe this is a performance. Why is he touching himself in that manner? I think there is something wrong with him. He may be dangerous. Let's move away. Okay, wait, hold on. Can we investigate him? There are no suspicious types around, just several rather overheated couples. Oh shit, there was the number. There are many people who seem to be waiting for someone. Is that all we're getting? Awesome Brand, are you in the chat? Does anyone know how I contact the fortune teller? I think maybe she only shows up when you're stuck. You know, before you figure out a puzzle or something. Like, I think maybe she'd show up if I didn't call Napoleon. I know you meet her here. No suspicious people. Nothing unusual. City looks peaceful. $69,1170 for Plato's Cavern. Oh wait, no, that's for something else. 345678 is for although didn't I call that before? Okay, I'm just gonna ring this number that you're posting in chat.
for calling Plato's Cavern.
Alright,
The
this is just for
store
Plato's
with
Cavern.
Everything. May I help you?
Huh? Audio only, eh? No doubt it's because they are involved in the black market. Ba-da-da-da-da. Everything available at the best prices anywhere, and no ID required. That's our motto here at Plato's Cavern. And there's none of that dark atmosphere that you find at so many other black market shops. Location of the store. Where is Plato's Cavern located? We're located on 5th Street in the Sanomiya K district. Everything in that area is part of our organization. Okay, cool. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Napoleon just went home. Oh, nice! She's here. There's a street fortune teller over there. A fortune teller. Everybody's always looking for support somewhere. Investigates. Yeah, I think maybe you just have to, like... Once the area reloads, you have a chance of finding someone else in the crowd, I think. The sign says, 1 reading, 5,000 credits. No need to remove contacts. She appears to be a rather typical middle-aged woman. Look at the fortune teller. There's a middle-aged woman sitting there. She has a sign that says, retinal readings. Know your future. What's this retinal readings thing? They scan your retina and then make a prediction. It's based on the pattern of the capillaries of your retina. Everybody's pattern is completely unique. And now they have turned it into a pseudoscience, something like palm reading. Your destiny through your retina. Why don't you have yours read? Yes! Get fortune told.
Well, what do you say? How about getting our fortune told?
We must get in line.
All right, who's next?
That's me.
Put your face up against here. Look straight ahead. Okay, I've got your retina pattern. What's on your mind?
Let's see. How about my prospects for marriage?
Marriage? But Gillian...
Hush, Metal. Don't worry about it.
So marriage is it? Let's see. Okay, that should do it.
Well, what's the outlook?
Your marriage line is in a high state of disorder.
Disorder?
Divorce, separation. You have a failed marriage, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And let's see. That's not all. Yes, you are suffering from a memory loss, yes.
How can you tell all that?
The eyes are the windows of the soul.
What a horrible voice.
Well then, how can I make things work out with her again?
That's up to you. If you have no memories, then make new ones.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, really? Just like that?
The future is what you make of it. Who's next?
Oh.
Thank you.
Jesus, that was horrible.
Metal, did you hear what she said? I've always thought those fortune tellers were frauds, but that was impressive.
Gillian, do you actually believe what the woman said?
Yeah, she was right on the mark.
Her clairvoyance is quite elementary. She scanned your retina pattern, correct?
Yeah, so?
The retinal patterns of all citizens are stored in the Alpha 1 database, including yours. All that woman did was retrieve your personal data from Alpha 1 by executing a search for your retinal pattern. That so-called fortune teller is really just a hacker, reading your personal information from the database.
Then, Then what about me and Jamie?
It is just as she said. The future is what you make of it.
Jeez, I can't believe I fell for that. Cheating old hag.
Cheating old hag. Hey, what's up, Dave? I'm pretty sure we can get another scene with her later on in the game as well. It's the holiday season. People are moving busily here and there. Ba-da-da. There are no suspicious types. So let me just test this. If I go into my video phone and then exit... Will I get a different interaction here? Many people waiting for someone. Moving around. Bum ba dum ba dum. Alright, okay, I think we can head towards Plato's Cavern. Plato's Cavern. Suck my balls, every single ball. Oh, what balls you used to suck on the balls. We've arrived at Plato's Cavern. Ah, it's that logo. I get it. It's more like a small city than one store. Everything in this area appears to be part of Plato's Cavern. With the Konami logo. Another cool track. The whole place is crawling with rather questionable types. Ba-dum-bum. Look at the guy with the Scream mask at the end there at the back. This sure does not seem like Japan. That's the logo for Plato's Cavern. A black market with billboards. They're pretty daring. It's one of those unwritten understandings. Gillian, try to avoid making eye contact with anybody around here. Somebody over there is calling. Can't they move? It's live art. It's really popular at the moment. Live art. It's a form of performance where the artists recreate famous paintings on the street using their bodies. That must be Monk's the Scream. How do you pronounce that guy's name? Monk? Smell. Smells good. That scent is coming from the food vendors. Smells good, doesn't it? I'm getting a little hungry. Move it! Don't be standing around in a place like this. Yeah! Sniff, sniff. I'm feeling hungry. Sniff, sniff. I'm feeling hungry. Look at all these people. It's just like the black markets after the war. There are a lot of dangerous looking customers milling about. This is a black market in the true sense of the word. Food stand. There are a lot of food stands. Pizza, sushi, hamburgers, hot dogs, Neo Kobe pizza. Neo Kobe pizza? What's that? It's a new type of pizza where you drop your favorite pizza into a special boiling soup. Hey, Zeramus with the $10. Every single ball. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Zeramus. Cheers, man. Thanks for the Christmas present. Much appreciated. It's a new type of pizza where you drop your favorite pizza into a special boiling soup. Now that's Neo Kobe pizza. I wonder if it's any good. What do you mean? Its appearance has almost put the other food vendors out of business. What is that street vendor selling? Well, you know. Come on, let me fucking eat this. Let me eat this pizza. Huh, something dangerous? Well, Gillian, tell me. You see, I just couldn't help but stare at the gorgeous curves on that street vendor's cart over there. I didn't realize you had a latent appliance fetish, Gillian. Sniff, sniff. I'm feeling hungry. Why don't we try Neo Kobe pizza? Huh, sounds good. Eat Neo Kobe pizza.
All right, let's try one of these floating pizza things.
Sounds good to me.
Give us 2 regular Neo Kobe pizzas.
2 coming up. You gotta put it in the soup yourself, okay?
Okay, here we go, Metal. Here's yours.
Let's put them in on the count of 3, okay? They get bland and soggy if they stay in too long.
No problem. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Very good. Now in a few seconds, they'll come floating up. When they do, pull yours out right away, okay? Don't mess it up.
I'm ready. Come on up, little fellas.
Hey, here comes one. Oh, that's mine. Come here, you.
Nice snag there, Metal. Hey, where's mine?
Oh, this is unusual.
Oh.
I wonder what the problem is.
I want my pizza. Where's my pizza?
What's the problem? Yours not coming back up?
My pizza?
Hey, really sorry about that. Happens every now and then. You'll forgive us there, won't you now, buddy?
Gillian, perhaps we should go.
My Neo Kobe pizza. It sank just like the rest of this city's gonna.
Let's get going, Gillian.
I can't believe that. I'll never waste my money on one of those stupid things again.
Damn, you had to pay for it and everything. Alright. Let's head into Plato's Cavern. We're inside Plato's Cavern. May I help you? Let's take a look around. My goodness, they really do have quite a selection. One can probably find anything here. Given the fact that most customers are keeping their faces concealed, it would appear that they don't want to be seen here. Well, it is a black market. If somebody photographed them or something, they could get in trouble. Chinese, Hispanic, Mongolian, Ainu, Korean. It's a real melting pot of races here. From cradles to graves, they sell everything here. Oh my, they have those special full face masks here. Let's investigate the products. New products, used items, stolen goods, samples. It looks like one can find anything in here. Ask about Outer Heaven. Where'd you get that?
Well, you know. Really? Well, you know your stuff. Outer Heaven is that really hot masquerade club. These full-face masks of ours are sold under an exclusive arrangement with Outer Heaven, you know. During their masquerade time, you have to have one of our masks or you can't get in. I see. These masks were designed and crafted by the famous makeup effects artist Rick Bakery. They are formed using precision laser tools. What do you think? I bet you'd love this. Buy happiness. Yeah, buy some happiness. Hey, you can't buy that with money, you know. Jeez, in this day and age, if there's no buyers, there's no sellers, eh? That's right. How about a Santa Claus outfit? Oh, that wasn't his line, was it? We're moving a lot of these right now. 'Tis the season, you know. A Santa suit. Don't need one of those. We've got Santa Claus toy bags, too. Oh, don't need one, eh? Look at the masks. Look, they have masks of Egyptian mummies and those Easter Island faces as well. They seem to be very well made. Yeah, the classic Easter Island masks. You've got an eye for fine art, my friend. Those are our pride and joy, our special full-face masks. I'm afraid that's all we have left. Buy one. They're all so good. Handmade by Rick Bakery himself, you know? I'm gonna go for the mummy this time. Thank you very much. One mummy mask coming up. Thanks. That'll be 2,000 credits, please. Alright, cool. Well, thanks for your business. Metal, let's head out. Thanks again. Come back soon. We've left the store. Suck at my balls. My balls. My balls. My balls. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum. Okay, so now... Oh no, did I forget to ask Napoleon where the Outer Heaven Club was? Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum-bum. Either way, I want to go to Gibson's house first. Alright, now heading to Jean-Jacques Gibson's house. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to call Napoleon again. I think I forgot to ask him where the Outer Heaven Club was. I just asked him where Plato's Cavern was. This is the home that John was so proud of. The door on the front is the main entrance. There does not appear to be a doorbell. How about if we try knocking? Katrina, are you in there? Who is it? You're Katrina, right? I'm a junker.
I just started down at Junker headquarters. My name's Gillian Seed. Really? Are you really a Junker? If you are, then show me some proof. Proof? Your Junker ID, of course. Here it is. Well, it looks genuine to me. I can't trust you with just that. Tell me how old my father is. If you're a real Junker, you'd know that. You can look up Gibson on the Jordan computer to find out details on him. Back at Junker HQ. I think I remember the answer. I think he's 55. Uh, 55 years old. That's right. That's still not enough to trust you. Now I'm going to ask you something about myself. What is it with all these questions? She knows that as a Junker, you should have access to Alpha 1. So that means that there should be information on her in Jordan, right? She's a very smart girl. I have a unique mark on my body. What type of mark is it? Input your answer and then press the start button. Yeah, so again, we can look up her daughter on the network and find this out. Birth mark. That's easy. A birthmark. Nice. That's right. Now tell me the shape of that birthmark. Input your answer and press the start button. Kind of creepy that all this stuff is up on the network that you can look up. Heart-shaped. Heart-shaped. Okay. That's right. And finally, where is this birthmark located? Thigh? I know that one, on your inner thigh. Well, that's pretty embarrassing, but at least I know you're the real thing. Wait a minute, I'll open the door.
I'm very sorry about all of that. I'm Katrina Gibson, Sean's daughter.
I'm so sorry.
What's the matter, Mr. Seed?
I'm very sorry, Katrina. It's my fault your father's dead.
Gillian.
No, if I could have gotten there just a little sooner, your father might still be alive.
Oh, Mr. Seed, I appreciate your feelings, but I was always ready for the worst with my father. Every day as I watched him leave for work, will it be today, tomorrow? I knew it was a dangerous job.
Katrina, that's...
Well, I'm a Junker's daughter.
Do you think you'll be all right by yourself?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Besides, I don't think I have any tears left.
Katrina, are you sure?
Okay, Junker, you've got work to do, right? Keep yourself busy. That's the best way to take your mind off of it.
Okay, Katrina. You're probably right. I'll appreciate any help you can give me on this investigation.
Dave, I'm just seeing your raid now, if you're still there. Thank you, and welcome anyone who came in from Dave's stream. One second. Can you sniff her underwear in other versions of the game? I know that the shower scene is slightly different. You can? Oh, wow. Abundant natural resources. No wonder she's working as a model. Gillian, please restrain yourself. Please, I'm used to being looked at, but it's always through a camera. There are antiques everywhere. It seems that Jean had quite a taste for old furniture. All of these are quite impressive pieces. Oh, that's Katrina talking. Our house is full of this stuff. Dad kept buying things long after we were out of places to put them. He has paid a lot of attention to the decor and layout of the place. Pretty stupid since there were only 2 of us here, huh? None of these items are replicas. They're all genuine antiques. None of this stuff is really valuable. He said it was all used. Let's head into the study. Do you mind if I take a look in your study? Go ahead. This is Gibson's study. This is my dad's study. I haven't touched a thing. It's just the way he left it before he died. Let's take a look at the desk. There is a bottle, a photograph, and a chessboard on the shelf. It's still full. It appears to be new. Look at the photo. It's a photograph of Jean-Jacques Gibson. It's a chess set. The pieces are very neatly arranged. My dad really liked chess, but he always seemed disappointed because I couldn't play. Now analyzing. It's a sunscreen. It's the standard type, designed to block ultraviolet rays. There's a sticker on the bottle. This is probably from the place where it was bought. It says the store with everything. Plato's Cavern. Plato's Cavern, eh? Now we know the connection. However, how did he figure on sunscreen? There must be some meaning here. Is it okay if we take this? Go right ahead. I have stored the sunscreen. This picture seems to be a few years old. Jean looks rather young. Katrina, do you mind if I borrow this picture for a few days? No, go right ahead. I have stored Jean's picture. The chessboard. The Black Queen is missing. I see. The Queen is missing, eh? The design of this set matches... or this is Metal Gear. The design of this set matches that of the piece we found in John's coat. That piece I've got definitely goes to this set. Okay, I think that's all we need to do here for now. Have you ever heard of a place called Outer Heaven? Apparently it's the only place in the city that serves buffalo. We found buffalo in your dad's stomach. That's the first I've ever heard of my dad going to a place like that. He must have had some good reason. Okay, so let's call up... Napoleon again. Oh, I forget what his number was again.
The number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JTNT Neo Kobe.
Ask Metal. Napoleon. 395644.
What? You again?
Sorry, you'd prefer a woman, I suppose.
Whatever. Anyway, how about giving me the password?
What? Again? Come on, you know I'm the real thing.
Sorry, but there's a million ways to trick somebody over one of these video phones. Gotta play it safe, you know. The revolution.
Please input using the cursor. The revolution is ended.
All right, you pass. But we can't talk on this video phone. I'll meet you in the usual place.
Now what are you gonna do? Back out to the living room. See you later, Katrina. Oh, do you have to leave already? Will you please come back again sometime? I'll be waiting for you.
Let me give you my address and video phone number. Give me a call if anything comes up.
Thanks again, Mr. Seed. Take care.
Okay, back to Alton Plaza. Ba-da-doom. Ba-da-doom. Bow. Ba-da-doom. Ba-da-doom. Bow. Boom, 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 boom. We've arrived at Alton Plaza. Is Napoleon here yet? I can't stand waiting. Yeah. I don't see anyone who looks like Napoleon. Shall we wait for a few minutes? Hey, here he is. Outer Heaven. Location of the club.
I'm not doing this for fun, you know. I'm gonna need a little something to get me talking.
You've really got nerve. Take it.
As always, thanks so much. You'll be a good junker one of these days.
Alright, cough it up.
It's on 17th Street in the HS district.
Right, so did I waste money earlier asking for the location of Plato's Cavern when I actually didn't need to ask him for the location of Plato's Cavern? I think I might have. Alright, get out of here, Napoleon. Yeah, I did. Outer Heaven. All right, now heading to Outer Heaven. Ram pa pa ba da ba ram ba da ba dum. This is Outer Heaven. Love the theme here.
Welcome to Outer Heaven. Table for one?
Welcome to Outer Heaven. Table for one?
Let's put on our mask first. Alright, let's try on the mummy mask.
Oh, that looks great on you.
He's wearing a Wolfman mask. Looks like a movie set or something. His face is covered, but he appears to be rather short. This is kind of interesting. With the masks on, you can't even tell if somebody you know is here. Let's investigate the Barker.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
It's an extensive makeup job. This doesn't come off easily. Not in the same league as my mask, eh? This is a professional job.
Hey! Stop that!
It's an extensive makeup job. This doesn't come off easily. Let's ask him some questions.
Who are you talking about? I don't work out here every day, you know. The staff in the club may know something. You can ask me as many times as you want, but the answer won't change.
What about the buffalo cuisine?
I have to be careful when I say this, but our buffalo's the best in the world. It's the genuine wild thing. No genetic manipulation. Why don't you try some before you go? You found the place? Welcome to Outer Heaven! Table for one!
What about Plato's Cavern?
We've got a special arrangement with Plato's Cavern. If you don't buy one of their masks, I'm afraid you can't get in. I'm afraid we don't let those types in. We have to maintain a certain degree of class, you know. We've been seeing a lot of imitations lately. It's a big problem for us.
Excuse me.
Ever thought of doing voice acting for cartoons? You think I could do it? Contents of store.
It's called a black market, but the distribution system is first rate. Well, having you buy a mask is a form of membership system.
Location of the store. I mean, we've already been there.
Come on, you must have seen commercials for Plato's Cavern. I'm quite sure that the phone number for the place is public information.
I've been there before.
Well, then that makes everything easy.
Okay, I guess we're gonna head inside then.
Table for one, please.
We're inside Outer Heaven. Let's take a look around. The other customers are all dressed up in various costumes, and appears to be showtime now. Who's the guy over behind the counter? He appears to be the manager of this place. Let's take a look at the customers. Everyone is dressed as a character from a classic late 20th century video game. The people who run this place must really be into old-time nostalgia. There don't seem to be any tables open. The place appears to be quite popular. And now we can look at all the individual customers. Contra, Castlevania Pair, Mr. Ueda, Gomon, Sparkster. Hey, isn't that the guy who fought against the evil pigs from the Devatindo's Empire? Oh yeah, the rocket guy. What's his name? Spinster? Spunster? Parkster? And if we investigate them, they should actually look towards the camera. Yeah, he turned around. Cut that out. What do you think you're doing? Unfortunately, we couldn't learn anything. What about Gomon? That customer with the spiky haircut is dressed as Gomon, the mystical ninja. You're right. Boy, that was a really great game. Those designers were really brilliant. The Gomon haircut became a real cultural icon. Japanese motorcycle gangs started to all wear their hair like that. I can't imagine that that game had that big of an impact. But maybe. Let's examine. Oh, what game? I don't know. This guy, this Gomon character and his spiky hair. Watch it. What's your problem? Unfortunately, we couldn't learn anything. Let's look at Mr. Ueda. That fellow is dressed as a character from the controversial video game Lethal Enforcers. It caused quite a stir in the 1990s when two senators from the United States started a two-man crusade against video game violence. Those same two senators were later voted out of office in a humiliating landslide when their constituents decided they wanted representatives who would do something about real violence on the streets. Oh yeah, I believe that game also spawned a whole generation of imitations, didn't it? Yep, that's true. A lot of companies produced inferior copies, but none matched the success of the original. As a matter of fact, that game was used in the academy for training purposes. It's amazing how people can use a simple video game as an excuse for all of society's problems. It's always easier to point the finger at the other guy than it is to point it at yourself. Human nature hasn't changed at all since then, huh? Investigate. Bum, bum, bum. Watch it. What's your problem? Damn, he looks pretty intense. Unfortunately, we couldn't learn anything. Famous moment when Senator Lieberman held up a Konami Enforcer light gun at those Senate hearings, yeah? Bum, bum, bum. Who's left? Contra. That customer is dressed as the Contra character. I'm starting to sense a theme here. How about you, Gillian? Yeah, me too. I guess you and I are pretty out of place among all these Konami characters, huh, Metal Gear? I wouldn't say that. As a matter of fact, I suspect that we fit in much better than you realize. What the heck are you talking about, Metal? These are all fictional video game characters. We're the only real ones in here. Watch it. What's your problem? The customer wasn't carrying anything suspicious. Castlevania pair. Those two are pretty suspicious looking. They appear to be dressed as characters from the famous Castlevania series of video games from the late 20th century. Yeah. Wow, that really takes me back. I remember spending hours playing it. I didn't even take time off to sleep. Wait a minute. What am I talking about? I wasn't even born then. I must be thinking about something else. But I'm sure I remember playing it. I remember I was so pissed because I couldn't jump off the stairs. Everyone felt that way, Gillian. It was very frustrating. According to statistical records, the teenage suicide rate increased dramatically in that year. Let's look at the Castlevania pair. There they are, right at the front. Right at the back, rather. Watch it. What's your problem? It's a shame they don't have anything unique to say when you investigate them. Let's take a look at the dancer. Savor the moment, Gillian. Her dancing is really something special. Gillian, what are you staring at? Other than us, the clientele here looks a little rough. Let's call over the dancer. I'll call Isabella. Hey, Isabella, over here. Hi there, boys. I'm Isabella Velvet. Is there something I can do for you? Blue Velvet reference, Isabella Rossellini. Is there something I can do for you? A mummy and a robot? Oh my god, what a knockout. And that leather outfit. What's wrong? Do you find me attractive? Jeez, look at the size of those eyes on her. It's amazing what 21st century technology is capable of. What's wrong, Gillian? Gotta love these actresses. Jamie looks like a little boy compared to this woman. Gillian, what are you mumbling about? Please don't stare at me like that. I'm shy and you're embarrassing me. You're a pretty good-looking guy. Passionate lips, fair-skinned. I'm wearing a mask. I wouldn't mind letting you take me out for dinner or something. What about after dinner? Well, that all depends on you. Metal, did you hear that? Don't forget that we are in the middle of an investigation. Just relax, Metal. I'll buy you a cute little robot to play with later. So, Isabella, when would you like to go out? What? Did you think I was serious? I was just kidding. What? Just kidding? Come on, with that mummy mask, I can't even tell what you look like. Well, it would appear that she really took you for a ride. Smash! Ouch! That's about enough, right? Consider yourself lucky for being able to get such a close look at me. I'll investigate her. No, I think it's best if I handle it. I can manage by myself. What's wrong? Aren't you going to investigate me? No, that's all right. It would probably take too long to check these, out. Such bad jokes. Isabella, would you mind giving me your phone number? No way. Isabella, would you mind giving me your phone number? I'm afraid I can't tell you. Taste in men. What kind of men do you like? Let's see. Somebody really masculine who you can depend on. You know, the kind of guy who grabs you and says, "Come on, baby, follow me." Somebody with well-formed opinions, but I hate guys who aren't flexible. Well, that rules you out, Gillian. You shut up! What about career preferences? Well, investigators are really strong and masculine types. I was always a big fan of crime dramas when I was little. Still, it really doesn't matter as long as you like the guy. Bump, bump, bump. What about Gibson? I don't know who you're talking about. Do you have a picture or something? This guy, I might have met him somewhere. No, I can't remember. She seems like she might be able to remember. Shove it in her face. Take a careful look, okay? Oh, that's right. This was the guy who got sick after eating buffalo. I remember him. Ba-da-la-doo. Okay. Well, it was just the other day. It wasn't masquerade hour, so I remember his face pretty clearly. He seemed to be waiting around for one of our regular customers. A regular. He was going out of his way to eat buffalo. Then he spat up blood. I was really grossed out. You say he was waiting for someone. Well, I suppose it was more like he was following him. He left as soon as the other guy did. About that man. Would you mind telling me a little about him? I don't know his name, but he was in here all the time, especially when we weren't running Masquerade Hour. Outside of Masquerade Hour. So that means you've seen his face then. Do you remember it? I think so. Alright, Metal, let's have her come down to headquarters with us. We need to use Jordan and put together a montage. We can't take her to headquarters. Why not? Since she's a famous star, if the media gets hold of the story and starts a fuss, it'll impede our investigation. If the Snatchers were to learn what we're up to... What are you mumbling about? This is really a delicate issue. Although inconvenient, we should take down her description and then go back to headquarters to build a montage on our own. I haven't seen him since then. Ask for an autograph. Can I have your autograph? My autograph? Well, let's see. I don't have anything to write with. Oh, how about this? Smooch. Whoa! Ah, I saw that. I'm telling Jamie. Man's description. Could you try to remember his distinguishing characteristics? Gillian, keep the description in mind. Afterwards, we can use it to put together a montage. Facial shape. What was the overall shape of his face? He had kind of a bony look. Type of eyes. What about his eyes? He had this really piercing gaze, a rather threatening look. What kind of nose did he have? It was pointy, like mine. What type of mouth? How about his mouth? He had thin lips, I think. How was he wearing his hair? It was sort of naturally flowing towards the back of his head. And he had a widow's peak. Big widow's peak. About how old would you say he was? He looked like he was in his 30s. Okay, I think that's everything. Thanks very much. You've been quite helpful. I hope you can use this information. Ask out on a date. Isabella, look into my eyes. Open your heart. Oh god, what kind of a line is that supposed to be? So a kiss just isn't good enough for you, huh? Isabella, you know I've always cared deeply for you. Spare me your tacky come-ons, okay? Well, that makes 2 women who've dumped you. Was there some problem with my approach? No, the problem is you. Well, you know what they say, they say that many women are uncomfortable around particularly handsome men. Whatever you say, Gillian. I'm into much younger guys than you anyway. I think that's enough. That was a special exception, you know. Oh, come on. Men are never satisfied. They always want more. Okay, I think we're pretty much done here. We don't really need to conduct an investigation, do we, Metal? Well, I guess you're right. Liar. Metal, stop that vulgar nonsense. You have to learn to be more mature. What? Have I done something wrong? Okay, I think we're done here. Anything else to show her? Evidence? Nah, I don't think so. You've been a tremendous help. Thank you very much. I'm glad I could be. Now, if you'll excuse me. We should use this information to build a montage of the suspect, and then run it through Jordan to see if there are any matches. You mean like building a composite photograph? It would be nice if Isabella would come back to headquarters with us. Well, I guess we'll just have to have her take a look at it later. How about we have some drinks? Bartender, give me a moonsault, will you? Here you are. Gulp, gulp. Ah, that really hits the spot. How about another one? Bartender, how about another one of those moonsaults? Here you are. Gillian, you're on duty. One more. Bartender, another moonsault. Gulp, gulp. Whoa, I think all those drinks are starting to get to me. Would you please stop this? You are probably still suffering from the effects of your drink. That's it. I've had it. No more drinking for me. How about we have some buffalo? How about bringing us some of that buffalo? Here you are. Jesus, immediate service. Buffalo-y. This is great. Waiter, seconds. Here you are. This is really good. Please stop this, Gillian. Waiter, give me another order of this. This is really good. Please stop this, Gillian. But you just ate. That's as far as we can go with it. Okay, how about another drink? You are probably still suffering from the effects of your drink. That's it. I've had it. No more drinking for me. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see. That'll be 10,000 credits. What? 10,000 credits? Metal! What is that funny smirk supposed to mean? I forgot my wallet. Really? I thought I just saw you with it. Expenses. This is all just expenses for the investigation, right, Metal? I'm not so sure about that. Okay, that's 10,000 exactly. Thank you. I think the chief calls us out for spending all this money later on, because all of this cash was given to us for the investigation from the chief. I spent extra money dealing with Napoleon that I could have avoided as well. Okay, so now let's head back to HQ. All right, back to HQ. Hey, what's up, Andrew Ryan? How was your day, Gillian? Are you making any progress on your investigation? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, let's use the computer. Create montage. Montage mode. Select facial parts to assemble complete likeness. Alright, let's try constructing a montage photograph of the suspect. You can use the scan database command to search for possible matches when completed. Okay. Facial shape. Isabella said the guy had sort of a bony look, didn't he? Now, I think this one is number 2. Number 5 also looks pretty bony. I think it's 2. Oh. Okay. 5 does look bonier, but I don't think this is going to be right either. Oh, it must be. Eyes. A piercing gaze, apparently. Let's purposely go for the wrong one. Just to see what funny faces we can make. Yeah, she said the nose was just like hers, pointy. That's number 1. This is really confusing. Mouth. I'm really baffled here. What was it? Naturally flowing? I think that's what she said. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's a pretty good one as well. I like that. Oh, yes. Super nerd. Hold on, what other noses do we have? Oh, I like that one. What about number 5? Number 5 looks pretty interesting. Oh, yes. Any other good mouths? Let's go for the big lips. Wait, hold on. What's number 5, actually? Number 5 looks pretty fucking weird. Oh. Well, hold on. Let's see how that goes with number 3 here. Oh my god. It's not even human anymore. Dear Jesus. Let's go for the big lips. Oh, amazing. Ooh. Look at this charmer. Okay, right. Let's do it properly now. So, facial shape is supposed to be bony. I'll go for number 5, although I'm not sure if that's right. Oh, man. The mouth is number 3, I think. The hairstyle is number 2, I think. The nose is number 1. The eyes are number 6, I think. Okay, we're close. I don't think that's correct. Yeah, it's just the facial shape, isn't it? That's it. That's it. Nice. All right, we did it. Good work, Gillian. 2 possible matches for montage photograph located. Possibility 1. Probability of match 70%. Ivan Rodriguez, air surfer, amateur, 27 years old. Address 522 South Iriado, SN District. Non-municipal data administration district. Possibility 2, probability of match 65%, displaying data. Freddie Nielsen looks way more like the, looks much more like the photograph that we compiled. Freddie Nielsen, taxi driver, no company affiliation. 29 years old. Address, Dormitor Okamoto, apartment 202, 378. Okamoto MR District. Family, wife Lisa, age 25. Now printing montage photograph. My balls, suck on my balls, my big balls. Balls! Gillian, the montage has been printed. Now we're in business. It's a simple 2-dimensional rendering of Jordan's 3-dimensional data, but it should prove useful anyway. Scatman with the 60 months. Thank you, man. Cheers. Well, we've got their addresses. Shall we pay these gentlemen a visit? One of these men is no doubt the Snatcher who killed John. We've almost got him now. Let's go investigate the suspects. Buddle-da-doo-doo-da-doo. Okay, do I need to talk to the chief or something?
Seed? Just where do you get off whining and dining yourself at our expense?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Chief. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You don't have to pretend, Seed. Metal Gear regularly transmits his data back to headquarters.
Metal.
I specifically cautioned you.
Don't let it happen again, Seed.
Can I ask you for something? Figure out what this search the house puzzle is supposed to mean. Or perhaps about that montage. The odds are one of those two is a Snatcher. But watch yourself while you're out there, okay? Okay, yeah, I think we have more to do at Gibson's house. We need to use that floppy disk to learn more about the Snatchers. And then we'll investigate these two. Katrina, it's me, Gillian. Open up. Oh, Gillian, come on in. Okay, let's move into the study. Everything's neat and tidy, just like Jean. Wait, there's a personal computer here. Yeah, I didn't look at this last time. It has a 5-inch disk drive installed. 5-inch, huh? Well, then that disk must be for this machine. Let's try to see if we can read it. Alright, let's turn this PC-68 on and see if we can read the disk. So the house in that search the house was referring to Gibson's house. And the exclamation point was not an exclamation point at all. It was a symbol for the 5-inch floppy disk. Look closely. The pattern matches the read-write holes on the disk. He even drew a little dot to represent the index hole. In other words, it meant to put the disk in the PC-68 at his house. No doubt that John was worried that something might happen to him, and he prepared the disk for just such an emergency. The machine is reading the disk. Here it is.
Snatcher investigation file. Why do Snatchers appear in the winter? Why are Snatchers nocturnal? I believe I have found the answer to these questions. Snatchers' vampire-like behavior is due to their desire to avoid exposure to sunlight. The reason they dislike sunlight is because of their defective artificial skin. Long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays causes overproduction of melanocytes in the epidermis of their artificial skin, leading to a form of skin cancer with the characteristics of melanoma. In other words, what we call simple sunburn is fatal to them. This relationship between ultraviolet rays and their artificial skin should give us a way to track them down. It should take at least 6 more months before they can develop a form of skin which overcomes this defect. These conclusions suggest several useful methods for locating and identifying Snatchers. 1. Investigate skin condition. Check for any evidence of melanoma. 2. Check for odor. Cancer cells secrete a unique foul odor. 3. The presence of pollen. Snatchers are believed to hide in areas plentiful in Snow 9, a snow-like bioengineered pollen crystal. As such, Snow 9 can always be detected in places they appear. Snow 9 is an allergen, causing throat pain and sneezing. 4. Possession of sunscreen. In order to protect their skin from ultraviolet rays, Snatchers use sunscreen even in the dead of winter. This is due to sunscreen's ability to block ultraviolet rays. Of these techniques, 1 and 4 should prove particularly useful. In addition, Besides working to prevent this skin cancer, Snatchers maintain facilities for treating artificial skin which has actually become cancerous. I have succeeded in identifying the hospital where this is performed. P.S. Watch out for a bounty hunter named Random Hajil.
So that's it, eh? He found their weak point. And no doubt Jean was killed because they learned that he had found their hospital. I see. Well then. Well, that should do us here then. Let's go and investigate these two suspects. All right, thanks for everything again, Katrina. Hey, what's up, Billy? So, where am I gonna go first? Let's go to Freddy's apartment. All right, now heading to Freddy Nielsen's apartment. We've arrived at Freddy Nielsen's apartment. According to the data, he lives on the second floor, apartment 202. There's a plate which reads Dormitory Okamoto. The sewer system is apparently incomplete. Steam is billowing up from underground pipes. So that means there are underground passages around here. The old subway system, known as the Tube Liner, used to run directly underneath this area. That is no doubt why work on the sewers was delayed. Suck my big balls. Suck my balls. Suck my big balls. Suck my big fat balls. Suck my big fat balls. Sorry. Room 202. This is apartment 202. The second floor, right? Let's head up. Ba-da-ba-da-do. This is it. Apartment 202. Knock. Alright, I'll knock. I love this knocking sound effect. Jesus Christ. A terrifying sound. Nobody wants to be hearing that sound. There is no answer. Maybe no one's home. Geek-ass. What a great sound effect. It says 202, Freddy and Lisa Nielsen. There's no mistake, this is definitely the Nielsen's apartment. The door is locked. The door has a peephole. I'm a junker. Open the door. There's no answer, is there? Metal, can you do anything else? I'm a junker. Open the door. It's no doubt an electronic lock system. Anti-crime systems are installed as well. No one is home. I'm not picking up any motion at all. Let's come back later, Gillian. Okay. Suck my balls. Suck my big balls. Okay, let's head over to Ivan's then. What is Metal Gear in this game? It's Metal Gear Mark II, which is referenced in MGS4. You know, your little Metal Gear sidekick in MGS4. That is referencing the Metal Gear Mark II from this game. And he's your little robot buddy. You use him to save the game, to make phone calls, to analyze items and stuff that you find. But yeah, he looks just like the Mark II from MGS4. Well, not just like it, but very close. Very, very close. This is Ivan Rodriguez's neighborhood. According to the data in Jordan, this should be his neighborhood. This place is a real slum. District data retrieval networks haven't been installed in this area. As such, there is virtually no data on the area in the Alpha 1 network. This region is almost completely isolated. I wonder if anybody is actually living in this area. There is no sign that there has been any maintenance work in some time. It's been completely neglected. The place is utterly filthy. There are a few freemen there. Freemen? What are they? Their actual lifestyle is not unlike that of the homeless. See, they're gathered around a fire. How are they different from the homeless? Unlike the less fortunate, these people have chosen to live like this, often leaving good jobs to do so. It appears to be a form of rebellion towards the over-control of information by the central authorities. They are one of Neo Kobe's biggest problems. Maybe they know something. Why don't we ask them? They appear to be burning something in an empty barrel. Well, it gets pretty cold at night this time of year. I just hope they don't inadvertently start a bigger fire. It appears safe. The construction is still sound. Under these conditions, it is impossible to maintain accurate data on who is living where. What? You actually want me to investigate him? That's right. Please, Gillian, be reasonable. Let's ask about Ivan. Hey, you guys. What? I need to talk to you. Yeah? Could you tell me anything you know about a man named Ivan Rodriguez? Was there anybody named that around here? You lie to me and you live to regret it. Now, calm yourself. I'm trying to remember. Well, can you recall anything? Not yet. Gibson. Who's that? I don't know. I have trouble with my own name these days. This guy really needs help. Have you heard anything about the Snatchers in this area? Snatchers? Don't be stupid. Even if there were any around here, you'd think they'd come after us? How long have you guys been living around here? I used to be part of the development team that put together the Alpha 1 network. So you were a programmer, huh? What happened? One day I took a peek at some secret data in Alpha 1. That's impossible. Security on the system is... It was possible for me. Anyhow, I saw enough garbage and scum on people in this society in that file to last me a lifetime. People. They can sink pretty low, you know. You may be right. Why don't you become free too? Join us here. You ever get sick of it all, just drop by. I've got to get my pass back before I can become free. Alpha 1 has data on the development team in there. Take a look at it when you get a chance. How long do you plan on staying around here? I'm not like the rest of these guys. I want work. I just can't find any jobs. No ID, right? That's right. They won't even see me down at the unemployment benefits office. Find me a job, will you? Are you an immigrant? As illegal as they come. I heard all these great stories about the place. Had a lot of dreams. Now look at me. What about you? Me? I just cut loose on my own, you know? Just couldn't take any more of anything. My family, my job. I was sick of it all. I feel like I've gone back to my childhood. It's great. Every morning when I wake up, I can actually decide what I want to do. No schedules, man. Every day is a blank slate. A blank slate, eh? Yeah, I really feel alive. What about that old guy? Him? He was abandoned by his son and daughter-in-law. Abandoned? Yeah, he was in some home for old people, but they couldn't afford the payments, so they just dumped him here. It's like a garbage heap for the elderly. That's inhuman. We're taking care of him. You know, sometimes he calls out his son's name in the middle of the night. Yeah, we know the video phone number of his son. Why don't you give him a call for us? Let's see. The number's 302501. Alright, if I have some time. Help us out, okay? It's for the old guy's sake. Uh, 352501.
The number you have reached.
Shit, what was it? Can anyone in chat remember?
Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording.
352051 maybe? 302501. Hello? Ahem. This is Investigator Seed. Investigator? It's about your father. He wants to come home. If you leave him where he is, I don't think he'll be around much longer. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Yes. This is your own father I'm talking about. Is he doing all right? No, he's not. As a matter of fact, he looks ill. Is that so? I'm sure you two must have had some problems, but he's still your father, right? Thank you for taking the trouble of informing me of the situation, Investigator. Despite how poorly you've treated him, your father still calls out your name every day. Really? Pop does that? Forgive me, Pop. Please forgive me. Where? Where is he? He's in the South Idiato area of the SN district. Go and take him home. Yes, I will. I'm leaving right now. I can't thank you enough. Thank me by taking good care of your dad this time. You did a good thing, Gillian. Can we get any follow-up on that here if I talk to them again? Gillian, I think that's enough. I think that's all we can do. Let's show them a picture of the montage photo. Do you know this man? That's that idiot Ivan. I'm not sure if we can come back here later on to check. Yeah, that's the fool himself. Okay, now can I ask about Ivan? Where does Ivan live? He's in apartment 301 of this building. That's the kid with that weird board thing, right? You mean the guy who's into Sky, don't you? I hear he's always surfing. Oh, that guy, huh? I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about. He seems to have come into some money lately. I've never been able to figure him out. Okay, let's head to room 301 then. Alright, let's head for apartment 301. 3rd floor, eh? Well, he won't be able to escape out the window. We're at the door to apartment 301. It says apartment 301, Ivan Rodriguez. It's an old-style door with a small peephole viewer installed. If someone is watching from the inside, we should be able to see his eye. There is an electric meter. It appears to be for this apartment. It is an old-style electric meter. The amount of electricity used is displayed visually by a counter and wheel mechanism. Since we are outside of any municipal data administration district, it would appear that the electric company has to bill individual users manually. It's the door plate for the apartment for apartment 301. It's handwritten but accurate. This is definitely Ivan Rodriguez's apartment. Gillian, why don't we try knocking? I'll knock on the door. There is no answer. There's no motion at all. He's not home. Let's come back later. Ah, really? Right. I'm not sure what else we can do. Okay, let's leave. Let's head back to Freddy's apartment. I think I've done everything. I think maybe for some reason they just forced me to leave and come back here. Ramaru with the 62 months. Thank you. Little John's memory. Do I have to do something with Little John's memory at HQ? I know we definitely can't go to Freddy's place yet. Well, actually, wait, hold on. Let's go back to Freddy's. Well... No answer, is there? Investigate the door. No answer. No one's home. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Ivan's one more time. And if there's still nothing, then we'll go back to Junker HQ, because I probably missed something there. Hey! You called the old guy's son for us, didn't you? Did he come to pick him up? Yeah, the old guy was really happy. Nice. Thanks a lot. You're a good man. I'm glad that worked out. But the real problem is still Ivan. Maybe I need to learn more about Ivan from these guys. I've never been able to figure him out. By the way, did you find Ivan the other day? No, he wasn't in. Oh darn, that's too bad. Okay, Gibson. Right, let's go back up. Why don't we try again later? Well, shit, man. Okay, let's go back to HQ. No, it has nothing to do with waiting for a certain time or anything. We just have to do something. I swear this always happens at this part of the game. I always forget to do something. Why don't you try checking out Gibson's place a little better? So there's still something I'm missing at Gibson's. About that montage. The odds are that one of those two is a Snatcher. These investigations can be tough. Don't let yourself get tired and weak now, Seed. Okay, right, back to Gibson's house. What am I missing? Hey, what's up, Garley? Fuck, man. If we were being super efficient, I think we could have done all of this the first time we came here. I always underestimate the amount of shit that you can do in this place. Investigate around the room. Anything to ask? The PC. Can't believe my dad left a message like that. He said it's over 50 years old and it's the only one like it left in the world. He always took good care of it. Let's head back into the study. Maybe it's something to do with using the chessboard. Wow, this is my dad's. Where did you find it? I'd been looking for that chess piece. It was the only one missing from the board. So that was my dad's message, huh? Ba-ba-do. The window, maybe. You can see the garden from here. A garden. Wow, his own house with a garden and everything. I think this is it. I don't actually have to find anything. It's just like an awkward trigger. I need to look out the window here, so a later scene in the game will make sense.
What's wrong with Alice? Is there something out there?
A snatcher, maybe. Katrina, you stay here.
Yeah, it's this scene that we need to see. She seems frightened of something. I really am not very good with dogs, you know. Something is hiding in the thicket. I read motion. Something is moving. Dogs have navigators. Please, dogs hate navigators. Please understand. What's the matter, Alice? Is there something out here?
What? Ah, it's just a crow.
Stupid bird.
I love that fumbling music. I really like how the lights look out here, the street lights. The dog is a purebred Doberman Pinscher. It's the most popular breed in Neo-Kobe after Golden Retrievers. Guard dogs have become more popular since the Snatcher problem started, right? Yes. Until then, more cuddly breeds were popular. This is Gibson's study. Don't worry, it was just a raven. Oh, really? Okay, now I think we should be able to do what we need to do. Kind of silly that we had that we need to watch that scene, but it does make sense. Just doesn't make sense that you know, it doesn't tie in with this investigation really. Okay. Back to Ivan's apartment. This is Ivan Rodriguez's neighborhood. These guys are still here. Let's just go straight up. Wait a minute. Electricity is being used. I read motion. Somebody is in the apartment. There is no answer. That's funny. Who's there? Ivan Rodriguez, I'm a junker. Open up. I've got a few questions to ask you.
What do you want?
First, you open this door.
All right, just relax. Sorry it took so long.
Gillian, watch out! Fuck you. Did he get a shot off there?
consciousness. Excellent shot, Gillian, hitting him in the hand like that.
That's not exactly how I planned it.
Yeah, I aimed at his head there. Threaten with gun. Go straight to it.
Stop that, alright? Somebody save me! Oh! Stop! Stop it, man!
He looks just like the montage, but he has quite a suntan. Is it possible for a Snatcher to get a suntan like this? This room's really dark. I don't see anything suspicious, though. The room is quite filthy. Wait, there are some trophies over here. It's a cheap ray gun purchased on the black market. The trophy, it says runner-up, 12th Neo Kobe Air Surfing Championships. I get it, he's an air surfer. This doesn't look stolen, I believe it's his. Without a scanning warrant, I cannot perform a full analysis, but a visual inspection reveals no cancerous skin lesions despite his deep tan. I detect no abnormal growths on his skin. Still, to be on the safe side, I checked the condition of the glycosphingolipids in the macromolecules of the epidermis. They showed no irregularities. His skin is in a healthy, tanned condition. It's a Saturday Night RG-11. This is a toy gun that has been modified to fire real shells, a very low-grade weapon. It appears to be a real trophy. Hey, what do you come out shooting for? You're a Snatcher, aren't you?
I don't know what you're talking about, man!
He seems to be behaving strangely. Don't let your guard down. Come on, reveal yourself, Snatcher.
You got the wrong guy, I swear! Oh, stop! Stop it, man!
No matter where you look, everything seems covered with grime. Investigate the gun. Investigate the trophy. It's just plated, so there is no real gold in it. I can detect no evidence that he is a Snatcher from his skin. Come on, reveal yourself, Snatcher. You got the wrong guy. Threaten him with the gun again. What the fuck do I have to do here, man? No matter where you look, everything is grime. Look at the gun. Look at the fucking trophy. Investigate Ivan. Investigate the room. There is a great deal of waste packed into an old model electric suction-type cleaning device. Apparently, he isn't too concerned about cleanliness. I am unable to detect any Snow 9. There is nothing in the room to suggest that he may be a Snatcher. The gun again, the trophy. Oh, some garbage has appeared. Aged organic materials and typical secretory organisms are all I read. There is no evidence in his garbage that he is a Snatcher.
All right, buddy, time to wake up.
Whoa, man, don't shoot, don't shoot!
Gillian, while your earlier shot is justifiable as self-defense, killing this suspect would violate Section 5, Article 2 of the Junker Bylaws. You must first have concrete evidence that he is a Snatcher.
Damn.
We should search his bathroom. We may find sunscreen there.
Good point.
Okay, let's move into the bathroom.
Typical cop. This is Ivan's bathroom. Gore Lab with the 27 months. Thank you. Same to you. My goodness, this place is just as disgusting as the living room. An airboard is leaning against the wall. It's really a mess. It looks like he's been washing his surf gear in here. The tub is filled with dirty water. I believe all efforts at personal hygiene in this bathroom would be fruitless. It really doesn't look too bad, though. It looks pretty clean to me. Wait, there is a bottle here. Maybe it is sunscreen. There is no label. The bottle differs significantly from the one at John's house. It's an airboard. Its design reflects the latest aeronautic technologies. This is a very expensive, high-quality piece of equipment. It seems quite out of place in this room. The floor is absolutely filthy. It looks like the floor of a cattle barn than of a bathroom. It appears completely unwashed. It's soiled in a striped pattern. Oh my, what's this? What? Did you find a snake scale or something? This filth. I'll be having nightmares about it. Not only is it filthy, but it has become discolored. Metal, analyze the contents of this for me, will you? It's not sunscreen, it's suntan oil. It shows no signs of having been used recently. Sunscreen and suntan oil are like day and night. It's a standard commercial suntan oil product. The label on the bottle confirms this. What's so funny? Just check it out for me. Ah, there is a crack on the bottom of the board. Something seems to be jutting out. It's a little plastic bag. Residue in the tub. I detect numerous organic residue and organisms in the water residue here. There is no evidence that he is a snatcher here. Plastic bag. There is some kind of powder in it. These are illegal drugs. And not only that, it looks like liquid sky, that powerful stimulant that's killing a lot of its addicts.
So that about explains everything, doesn't it?
Yes, it appears that Ivan was simply trying to conceal the fact that he is a drug user.
An air surfer, huh? Plenty of suntan oil, out there soaking up lots of ultraviolet rays.
And tanned quite brown by those rays as well.
But he doesn't have so much as a pimple. Not what I'd call your typical artificial skin user.
Ivan is apparently not a snatcher.
All right, buddy, get up.
Hey, I only do liquid sky, dude. Just once in a while. I swear. I don't touch anything else. Don't hurt me, man. Come on. Call me an ambulance, will you?
I'm no cop. I'm a junker. I couldn't care less if you're a buyer, a pusher, or what. What I want to know is if you're a snatcher or human.
Gillian, Ivan's skin is healthy. There is no way he could be a snatcher and tan like that without developing melanoma. However, HQ has just transmitted us a scanning warrant. Therefore, under the provisions of Section 18 of the Civil Code, Snatchers and the Protection of Citizens' Rights, I will hereby commence a full bioscan of Ivan. Analysis complete. Ivan Rodriguez is a completely normal Homo sapien.
I keep telling you, dude. I ain't no snatcher or whatever. Now, would you please get me a doctor?
Why don't you just put some of your drugs on it?
Hey, I wasn't doing anything wrong, man.
The friendly boys from narcotics will be here any time now. Save your breath for them.
Come on, dude, I ain't done nothing. I'm just into air surfing. I just wanted to win the competition, man. I needed some money for that, okay? Hey, it's just drugs, man.
I don't care if you're a user, a pusher, or what.
Too bad for him that he happened to look like the snatcher we're after. That leaves Freddie Nielsen.
All right, over to Freddy's. Is he gonna be home this time? Well, this is our last suspect. Will he be the one we're looking for? We're at apartment 202. Don't forget what happened at Ivan's. Be very careful, Gillian. Alright, I'll knock. I read motion. Someone is inside. Hey in there! Open up! I'm a junker. I've got a few questions to ask you. There's no answer, is there? I'm a junker. Open the door. I wonder if he's really not home. Someone's in there. I definitely picked up motion. There's no answer. Maybe they can't hear us. Who is it? I heard a voice. I'm a junker. Open the door. Huh? Hey in there, open up. I'm a junker. I've got a few questions to ask you.
A junker? All right, just a minute. Gillian, please use extreme caution.
Huh? A woman?
I'm with the Junker Agency. Is this the home of Freddie Nielsen? Yes, it is. And you are? I'm his wife. Exactly what can I do for you? Suck my big fat balls. Suck my big fat balls. Let's take a look around. Pretty good looking. Well, investigator, you have good taste in women. What's with that look on your face? You don't believe me, do you? My apologies, but I'm afraid I need to investigate you, ma'am. I'll handle it. You always say that when we're questioning women. What the? Just where do you think you're touching? I've had a bad toothache since this morning. I'm really not in a very good mood. As a matter of fact, we're investigating your husband on suspicion that he may be a snatcher. Freddie? Freddie, a snatcher? That's ridiculous. I can't believe that. What, my husband a snatcher? Where do you get a story like that? I have a montage photo I'd like you to look at. Can I take a look at that? That's my husband. I can't believe my husband is a snatcher. There must be some mistake. I don't see anything unusual. What's this? Some kind of map on the wall. It's a rather old 2D printed map. What is this a map of? That's not Neo Kobe, is it? This is a map of the city of Moscow. Moscow, huh? That place has been little more than a ghost town since the catastrophe. Yes, but this map was no doubt produced before the catastrophe. The map is marked in one spot. It says Kremlin. This montage photo was produced using a computer from the testimony of witnesses at a nightclub. Well, it does look like my husband, so let's save, because it's been a while. Don't make me keep repeating myself. I have a terrible toothache. Gibson? Who's that? What's that? Who's that? I have no idea. That's why we need you to tell us about your husband. He's out right now. I'm not sure what time he'll be back. Have you noticed anything strange about your husband lately? Well, now that you mention it, lately he hasn't been in the mood to... Well, you know. Could you be more specific? You see, he drives a manned taxi, but lately he's been taking walks at night, without going to work. Walks at night. Well, now that you mention it, he has been acting a little strange lately. But a snatcher? Don't make me keep repeating myself. Have you noticed any changes in your husband's body or health lately? No, his appetite's as big as ever. No, nothing. How about his skin? Anything odd? His skin? Well, I haven't seen much of it lately, but I'm sure it's fine. Your husband is a taxi driver, right? Is it one of those underground cabs? A black taxi? Are you trying to frighten me? So it is a black taxi, right? Yes, he drives a black taxi. But so what? It'll probably be legalized in April, right? So what's the problem? That's not what we're worried about, ma'am. If your husband is a black taxi driver, then there are no records of his working hours, right? In other words, the only way to establish an alibi for him is to use a by the testimony of others. On Thursday around 8 p.m., was your husband at home or working? Thursday? Oh, that's right. That was one of his days off. He was home. He was watching the launch of the first colonial expedition to Mars, the Beagle Jerusalem, on TV. Are you sure about that? Yes, but that evening I went over to a friend's house. I was with him all night. I wasn't with him all night. My friend's brother is the pilot of the Beagle, you know. A spouse's testimony can't be used to establish an alibi, can it? Outer Heaven. Have you ever been to Outer Heaven? Who's that? I don't know. Is that some kind of dirty nightclub? What's this map? I don't really know. My husband bought it and stuck it there about 4 months ago. I don't really know. Have you experienced any sneezing lately, even though you don't have a cold? Sneezing? I haven't had a cold yet this year. I'm in very good health. What does that have to do with anything? Okay. All these questions are rather annoying. I've had this bad toothache since the morning, you know. It could just be a coincidence, of course. If you want to scan me, you'll have to show me a scanning warrant. Without one of those, Junkers can't scan civilians. I know the law.
This isn't enough to prove that our Freddie Nielsen is a snatcher.
True. Without more evidence, we cannot get a scanning warrant.
We'd like to take a look in your bathroom, if you don't mind.
Oh, you need to use the bathroom?
No, we'd like to investigate your bathroom.
Really? Whatever. Please, go right ahead.
Metal Gear getting sassy. This is Freddy's bathroom. Go right ahead. Check anything you want. I'll be out here. A very attractive bathroom and sparkling clean. It's filled with water. There's something funny about this bathtub. There must be some kind of bath crystals or soap in the water. It's an unusual color. There's something funny about this bathtub. There's no faucet. This is an unusual bathtub. Rather odd for a system bathtub, isn't it? I can detect no residue on the surface of the tub. It has been cleaned very well. Look, you can see your reflection in the mirror. Jeez, I've always been such a handsome devil. Wait a minute, haven't we seen that bottle someplace before? What's this? That's the same container as the one we found at Jean's. Alright, I will analyze the contents of the bottle. There's no mistake, this is sunscreen. Sunscreen in the middle of winter, eh? And it looks like it's been used recently, too.
There's no mistake. Freddy Nielsen is a snatcher. Gillian, with this much evidence, there will be no difficulty getting a scanning warrant.
We've got you now, Snatcher scum.
So, you figured it out, huh?
Who's that?
Know all about us, do you, Junker?
That wound.
Jean did that to her.
Die, Junker!
Fuck you! Nice! No damage!
Jeez, those things don't go down easy. So, this is a Snatcher, huh?
I certainly hope it's dead.
Ah, damn. I was hoping that entering the Konami thing on Jordan would uncensor the scene. In the original version of the game, her tit is hanging out. Look at remains. It appears to be dead. Damn, those things are tough as heck. Its functions appear to have been completely terminated. So that skin tissue we found under Gibson's nails came from this woman, huh?
So it was Lisa and Freddy who killed Jean.
Freddy, that's right. So where's he?
We can contact the junk collection team later. Let's get out of this apartment for now. We're outside now.
What the? A light just came on. There's not supposed to be anybody in there.
Perhaps Freddy has returned.
There's only one entrance, and we're standing right next to it. How did he get in there?
Shall we investigate?
We're going back in. I don't think that they will open if you knock, Gillian. I'm a junker. Open this door. This isn't working. Possible exits. This appears to be the only way in or out of the apartment. The door is locked. That's funny. I could have sworn it wasn't locked. This is a standard electronic lock. I can open this without too much difficulty. I'm reading motion. Someone is in there.
Metal, open it.
Okay, now establishing Alpha 1 link. Link made. Executing search for lock code of apartment 202.
Hurry it up!
Just a bit longer. I'm in Alpha 1's maintenance records for the MR district. Lock code found. Now opening the door.
Good work!
We're in the living room. I don't see Freddy anywhere. There is no sign of anyone in this room. It's in the same condition as it was in a few minutes ago. It hasn't been touched. I'm not picking up any sounds. He doesn't appear to be in this room. There is nothing on my infrared sensors either. Motion! I read motion coming from the bathroom. Metal, you ready? Let's go. Okay. This is Freddy's bathroom.
Huh? The bathtub is empty. That thing was filled with water just a few minutes ago.
I read motion. This room.
Damn! Where is he?
Gillian, behind you.
Oh my god! Gillian, aim at Freddy! I've had it! Gillian! Cool animation.
That was close. You're lucky I was here to save your skin. Who are you?
Sting!
Me? Random Hajil, bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter?
Yes, Gillian, a bounty hunter. As the junker profession is so dangerous, their numbers have fallen dramatically over the past few years.
Ah, the scene is
As a result,
desynced
the
again.
government decided to put a price on Snatcher's heads in order to encourage private citizens to cooperate in the effort to track them down. Naturally, these bounty hunters must register with the authorities.
You said your name's Random, right? What did you do? Follow me here?
Yeah, you got it. Investigations aren't my style. You track them down, I take them out.
You have the legal obligation to state your bounty hunter registration number. Please do so now, immediately.
BH75001, Random Hajil. That's RANDOMHAJILE.
BH75001, Random Hajil. That's confirmed. I officially recognize you as a legal bounty hunter. Wow. Gillian, records indicate that he has already disposed of 3 snatchers just this month. Counting Freddy, that makes 4.
4?
I've been at this a lot longer than you have. Just relax, rookie. So, Junker Boy, let me give you a little tip. You might already know, but Snatcher's weak point is their artificial skin. If they sit out in the sun too long, they get cancer. That's why they set up a hospital to treat this little problem of theirs. You find it, you can take them out, roots and all.
Where did you get all your information? Wait a sec. You stole it from Gibson, didn't you?
That's not really important. But now that Gibson's out of the picture, I need you to get busy.
I track him down and you junk him. Is that the idea?
Anyhow, it seems Gibson found that hospital. He must have left behind some information about it.
What do you mean, seems? Don't you know anything about it?
Hey, investigations are your job, right?
I owe you one, Random.
Yeah, I'll get it out of you later. See ya, Junker Boy.
A Snatcher-controlled hospital, eh? There's bound to be more than a few of them in there.
There we go. The end of Act 1. Would you like to save your investigation up to this point? Alright, I'll save everything that has happened up until now. Overwrite save 1. Alright, now continuing the investigation. No,
okay,
still
let's try to
desync.
sort all this out. Metal Gear, would you mind helping out?
Not at all. Now projecting recorded video images.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna reload the
Gibson
emulator.
calls in, and you two immediately head for the abandoned factory in the M district. But when you
Oh no. Oh shit. I think I just lost all my progress. Because I didn't exit the game properly. I didn't go back to the main menu and I just closed the emulator. And I'm pretty sure that loses all my progress. But that's okay. I can catch up to where I was by rushing through the game off stream. And I'll get back to where I was for tomorrow's stream. I wasn't going to play for much longer this evening anyway. Let me just check. Hold on. Maybe there'll be some kind of miracle. But yeah, I think you have to go back to the main menu for it to register. Badu. Oh! Oh, nice! Right, let's see if the scene is still out of sync.
Okay, let's try to sort all this out.
Yeah, it
Metal
is.
Gear,
I wonder if
would
I
you
can
mind
fix
helping
that
out?
somehow.
Not at all. Now projecting recorded video images.
Gibson calls in, and you two immediately head for the abandoned factory in the M district. But when you arrived, Gibson had already been killed by someone, or something at the factory. From hair and skin samples recovered from his body, you determined that the perpetrators were two Snatchers, one male and one female. In addition, from a floppy disk containing notes from Gibson's investigation, you discovered that Snatchers have a crucial defect. Gibson was apparently killed because he had learned about this weak point. And this weak point is a key difference between them and real humans. Their artificial skin cannot tolerate ultraviolet rays. Long-term exposure causes it to become cancerous, a form of melanoma. This severely limits the places and times that they can operate to midwinter, when daylight hours are their shortest, and of course at night. And it looks as if it will take at least 6 months for them to develop a new skin which overcomes this fault. So their biggest weak point was that they had to keep themselves protected from ultraviolet rays,
over the past 6 months. Gibson really put his earlier training as a science cop to good use in figuring this one out. And that's why they use plenty of sunscreen, even in the middle of the winter. As a result of this, it becomes clear that there is one thing they must have to continue their survival. And that is medical facilities, where they can treat artificial skin which has become cancerous. And it appears that Gibson may have located a hospital used for this very purpose. In an effort to determine where Gibson had been investigating, you analyzed his stomach contents, found buffalo meat, and headed to the only place in the city that serves it, Outer Heaven. Isabella Velvet, a dancer at this place, gives you a description, which allows you to put together a montage of the man Gibson was trying to track down. You then ran this montage through the city's data bank, using Jordan. And that gave you 2 suspects, Ivan Rodriguez and Freddie Nielsen. But from the condition of Ivan's skin, you determined that there was no possibility he could be a snatcher. There was no evidence at all of melanoma. But as he was in possession of liquid sky, you turned him over to narcotics. Following that, a search of Freddie Nielsen's home turned up large quantities of sunscreen. Nielsen's wife, Lisa Nielsen, turns out to be a snatcher, and you dispose of her. And you confirm that the skin cells found under Gibson's nails were from Lisa. Freddie Nielsen also turns out to be a snatcher, and you dispose of him as well. The hair sample that was found in Gibson's hand is confirmed as being from Freddie. So you are able to determine that these 2 snatchers, Freddie and Lisa, were the ones who killed Gibson. But then we have a problem. The bounty hunter who saved you, Seed, Random Hajil. An investigation uncovers that the information he provided when he filled out his bounty hunter registration was completely false. So who is this guy? Friend or foe?
What about the bank account he was having his bounty deposited into?
It was a common account used for paying bounty, and the funds were retransferred from there. We couldn't learn anything from it. Thank you, Metal. And now for the real fun. The hospital that Gibson had tracked down. If we can hit that, we may be able to shut down this snatch operation of theirs. Or if we can find some kind of patient records there, we may be able to find them quite easily.
So, Little John's memory might provide us with an important lead.
That's right. If we're lucky, there may be something left that we can work with. Navigators record everything their junkers do, just in case.
Just in case, huh? Well, this looks like one of those cases.
Harry should have recovered it by now. Go see how he's doing. Seed, I'm counting on you to find this hospital.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with the audio sync. I'll try and play around with the settings before tomorrow's stream, see if I can sort it out. 1 second. Okay. Usually when I do these streams, I end before that recap, because it's nice to play that recap at the start of a stream. You know, we don't need a refresher. Although maybe some people do if you haven't been here for the whole stream and you're not familiar with the game. Let's talk to him. The first thing you should do is get Harry to recover Little John's memory for you. Little John's memory should offer some clues. Go see Harry. He's a very shady character, but he doesn't seem to be working against us.
Where would you like to go? This is engineering.
About time you got here, Gillian. I've got Little John's memory all ready for you.
Well, were you able to get anything from it?
Just relax. I'll put it on the monitor for you now. I'm afraid it was almost completely destroyed beyond recovery. Those Snatchers, they sure do a thorough job.
What do you mean? Wasn't there anything left?
Like I said, just relax. I was able to get one video image out of it. I don't have the slightest what this is, but it's definitely got something to do with Jean's investigation. This is it. So, Gillian, do you have any idea what this is?
Hospital O'Lean? This is almost certainly the Snatcher-controlled hospital that Gibson was looking for.
You ought to run the name through Jordan, but if that hospital is not legit, the data won't mean anything. This city is packed with unregistered hospitals.
The sign in this picture looks curved. This word O'Lean might continue past the edge of the image.
I've stored this image. You can view it at any time. Just use the graphic memory command in the possessions menu.
Okay. Harry, I get really worried sometimes. I think I may shoot a real person by mistake. You could never kill a real person. You're too gentle, you know. On the other hand, if I were you, I'd worry about that gentleness costing you your life someday. Harry, I'm afraid I just can't fill Gibson's shoes. I don't talk to guys who say wimpy things like that. Harry. Okay. Alright then. What about Random Hajeel? I've heard he's really good. Already put down at least 3 of them. But I still don't get along with those types. But I thought that these blasters were the only things that could take out a Snatcher. In theory, that's right. A standard ray gun just isn't strong enough. Still, if you modified a standard ray gun to focus its energy much better than usual, you never know. But that would make it that much harder to hit your target, right? That's right. In other words, this random is one heck of a shot. Normally, that just doesn't work. Okay, what about O'Lean? There's definitely no mistake about Little John's memory. This hospital exists. You can bet your life on that. Hey, I may be old, but I'm in good shape. I don't know too much about hospitals. Never heard of this one either. Okay. Anything else about Random? Same shit. Okay, let's head to the computer room and look up the word O'Lean and see what we get. Gillian, what? Harry suggested that we check the hospital using the Jordan system, but the Jordan system doesn't offer a hospital search function. Really? Why don't we ask Napoleon? Okay. So we're just not going to get anything? I kind of feel like looking up O'Lean anyway. Nothing. Okay. Let's give Napoleon a call. You should have it memorized by now. Shut up. 395644.
What? You again? What do you want? More information?
That's right, I need your help.
Why don't we get the password out of the way first? The 100-day
rain.
Alright, you pass. But we can't talk on the video phone. I'll meet you in the usual place.
Alright, let's go pay him a visit. Crimson Fox with the 26 months. Thank you. Back out front. Bow do 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 do. This is Alton Plaza. Oh yeah, he's dressed up as Santa now. I wonder if Napoleon is here. Let's see if we can get another reading with the fortune teller as well. Let's see if she's around. Crowds of busy year-end shoppers are milling about everywhere. It doesn't appear that they are too worried about the Snatcher problem. Everybody appears to be minding their own business. Nothing suspicious at all. Yeah, but there could be a Snatcher among them, you know. That's true, but it is too frightening to think about. There are no suspicious types in the area. Sucking on my balls. Alright. Christmas sales have got the whole area seething. Nobody seems too worried about the risk of Snatchers. Neon signs in a number of languages are visible around the area. The advertising has really become part of the city itself. None of those advertisements are useful anymore, are they? "3D projections designed to look like old neon tubes are quite popular now. How much fucking shit do I have to look at here, man? Hey, okay, there we go. A man dressed as Santa Claus is handing out tissues as an advertisement. Huh? That's Santa Claus. What's wrong? Nothing. Probably just my imagination. Shall we check him out? Many such promotional Santa Clauses appear this time of the year. That's true, but that one... If it bothers you that much, why don't we investigate it? Let's check out this Santa. Let's go.
Wait a minute, you're no Santa.
How'd you guess?
What are you doing in that outfit?
What are you talking about? Ugh, I'm quitting this job. It's too dangerous. Somebody's after me. I'm gonna end up dead, just like Gibson.
Perfect emote. The tired and sick looking Santa Pepe. A Chinese Santa, eh? Somehow you just don't fit the image.
Well, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. Give it a rest. This is a disguise, you know. You think I want to be wearing this getup? Ugh.
It's a traditional Santa Claus costume. He's carrying a large sack over his shoulder. What's in there? Presents?
You want some? They're tissues.
No thanks. Pass.
Hey, I don't want to be wearing this outfit, you know. It's a disguise. Hey, don't be touching me.
There's a tag on the suit, which says Rick Bakery Productions. That's the same place which makes those Outer Heaven masks. That's the place the guy over Plato's Cavern was telling us all about, right? You got a cold there, Napoleon?
There's some kind of allergy, I guess. I always get this way in the winter.
An allergen that only operates in the winter. That could be Snow 9, you know. One can always pick up traces of Snow 9 wherever Snatchers appear.
It's this sneezing. It just goes on and on.
I can't speak. Or I can't spiel. With the 6 months, thank you. No wonder it's so realistic looking. It was made by Rick Bakery's studio. Why don't you just go ahead and tell us who you really are, Napoleon?
Nah, us informers are easy to get along with if you don't know who we really are. But you might figure it out for yourself sooner or later.
About the illicit hospital. I need some information about underground hospitals.
Besides, all of the legit hospitals there are scores of those underground places all over the city. You'll never be able to find them all. Wait a second. You might be able to learn something about those illicit operations by checking up on pharmaceutical orders. After all, almost all of the drugs used on the island are manufactured here as well.
That's right. All of the pharmaceuticals on the island are distributed or manufactured by Kobe Pharmaceuticals. Kobe Pharmaceuticals, eh? That's where Jamie works. Jamie keeps track of records of shipments of pharmaceuticals throughout the island. She might be able to find something out. That's right. Let's call her and ask later on. Okay, about Snow 9.
It's a man-made strain that was developed by the military years ago as a defensive weapon to help protect bases and the like.
But wasn't all of it disposed of long ago?
Yes, but I hear talk that somebody started cultivating it again about 3 years ago.
3 years ago? That's about the same time the Snatchers first appeared.
Apparently that stuff grows back quickly even after it's cleaned out. The areas it grows in are off limits, but the wind brings it right into the city.
Sounds pretty bad. Okay, I don't think I have anything else to ask you. What do you think of this video memory? That's the visual image that was recovered from Little John's memory. Ba-ba-da-ba-do.
Olean Hospital?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to... Oh, hey, here we go.
Before that, why don't we take care of business?
Ah, okay. Give him the cash.
Damn, take it. Thanks a bundle. It may not be the one you're looking for, but I know an Olean hospital. Hey, I'm not doing this for fun, you know. You're gonna have to do a little bit better than that.
That's all I get? I just paid you so you can tell me that you know of an Olean hospital? And now I have to pay you more to tell me more about it? All I get? That's all I get? Wow, okay. Just as greedy as ever, eh? Here, take it.
Thank you very much.
I did choose the Olean hospital. I did.
I don't know too much about it, but it's over in the RF district. Why don't you go check it out?
Alright, I've had it. Don't call me anymore, okay?
Wait a minute, Napoleon. I'll keep any snatchers off your back.
They're after both of us. You better worry about watching your own back. Oh, by the way, here. A little Christmas present for you.
What? Tissues?
See ya. Merry Christmas.
Well, now he's gone.
No surprise there. He's got plenty of reason to be scared. Besides, I got the information I needed.
There's an advertisement on the back of that pack of tissues.
This is an ad for outer heaven. Just how many different jobs does that guy have?
Alright. Let's see if we can get another fortune reading.
Look, there is a ramen shop over there.
Why don't we grab a bite?
It does not appear that any tables are open at the moment. We will have to wait.
Hey, I got a table opening up over here. Have a seat.
That's
nice.
Good. Let's take it.
All right, boys. What'll you have already?
Give me 4 of these.
What? 2? 2 will be plenty.
That's all right. Give me 4.
Really? 2? 2 will be more than enough.
And a bowl of ramen, too.
Would you listen to what I'm trying to tell you here?
What kind of accent is this?
My wife's always telling me, boy, you really have an appetite.
Let's just eat and then leave this place. Come on, Gillian, hurry it up. Come on.
Good stuff. All right, let's go.
Nice. Nice that you can eat at this time. Yeah, I was thinking it had a Jewish kind of feel to it. I won't ever touch that Neo Kobe pizza stuff again. Sucking on my balls. Napoleon's gone home. Let's get over to Olean Hospital. Hey, somebody dropped something weird here. That's a cigarette butt. Oh. Hold on. Okay, I don't think we can get the fortune-telling one now. Let's call up Jamie. Three 393-444.
My God, a Snatcher!
Bet I surprised you, huh? Don't worry, this is just a tape. I'm at work right now. If you need to reach me, please call Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs at 391009. Sorry to scare you. Bye!
Oh, fuck, I wasn't paying attention. What was the number? She really had me for a moment there. Since when did she start pulling practical jokes like this? No doubt that message is a strategy of hers to deal with your troublesome calling. Just what is that supposed to mean, Metal? 391009, was that it? There's no need to be embarrassed, Gillian. I'm fully aware that Jamie has snatched your heart. 391009, okay.
Good afternoon. Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs. May I help you? Oh, Gillian, what's up?
Thanks for asking me to the amusement park the other day. I asked you to go to like 10 other places as well. I'm sorry I couldn't go, but I was really happy that you asked. I want to see you. I can't see you now, Gillian. We're better off like this. I want to see you. I can't see you now, Gillian. Okay, let's talk about the investigation. The Snatchers require a hospital, which has facilities to treat ultraviolet ray exposure. Do you have any ideas about that? Well, having facilities to treat ultraviolet ray exposure is nothing rare, but we keep records here on the hospitals on the island. I'll take a look at those. But don't get your hopes up. If it's a black marketplace running on its own, we probably won't have anything at all on it. Don't worry, if I figure anything out, I'll give you a call. Now I've got a reason to talk to you again sometime. You silly, you don't have to have a reason to talk to me. You know, No, I'm sorry. About the answering machine. Jamie, that message on your answering machine, wasn't that going a bit too far? Did I scare you? You bet you did. Were you worried? Yes, I was worried. How worried? How worried? Well, really worried, you know? Good. Would you cut the jokes like that? If the Snatchers ever actually got their hands on you, I don't even want to think about it as a joke. Okay, Gillian. Jamie, this is something I've learned since we split up. Although my memories of our time together aren't coming back, my feelings of our time together never left. Gillian. Do you want some cash? So they actually pay you. That's a relief. This is your expense money, which is... Metal, you shut up. Yes, sir. Alright. Well, I'll see you later then. If I find anything out about the hospital, I'll give you a call. Thanks. I really need your help on this one. Talk to you later, Gillian. Bye. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm going to leave it here for this evening, chat. And we will continue this tomorrow. I might try and get on a little bit earlier tomorrow if I can. I might do a bit of testing with the emulator. And see if I can fix the desync issue. Let me just save on another file here. It'd be easy to test at the last save. It's not that big of a problem anyway, you know, we can put up with it if we need to. Yeah. Gillian, I hope we can continue the investigation together soon. Let's go out to the main menu just to make sure. But yeah, guys, thanks for joining me. It's always fun coming back, doing our annual Snatcher playthrough at Christmas. And yeah, we'll continue tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll finish it tomorrow or if we'll split it out over 3 sessions. But yeah, either way, I'll be continuing it tomorrow. Guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you soon with more Snatcher. Till next time, everyone. Have a good one. Peace.